Hi, bro learners. How are you? Hope you are doing great. My name is Ajaz and welcome back to my channel, Bro Learner. Today, I'm going to start a brand new tutorial on JavaScript. Let's start. First of all, a JavaScript is a programming language for the web, or you can say you can develop a website with the help of JavaScript. Okay, and with the help of JavaScript we can update and change the HTML and CSS. Okay, and then we can manipulate, validate, and calculate data also with the help of JavaScript. Then this is the formal definition of JavaScript. It is a lightweight, object-oriented programming language used to design a website. Okay, it is a interpreted language. There is a two kind of programming language. Okay, first is compiled compile type language, and second is interpreted. JavaScript is interpreted language. JavaScript is a full-fledged programming language. We can interact with the help of JavaScript in our website. Okay, it is introduced in 1995 by the Netscape Navigator browser. These are the features of JavaScript. JavaScript follows the syntax of C, and it is lightweight and interpreted language. It is a case sensitive language. It means small case and capital case make a difference in defining the structure, for example, classes, variable, so on. Okay. And JavaScript is supportable in several operating systems such as Windows, Mac OS, Linux, and it provides good control to our building our website. Okay. Then after that, if you learn JavaScript, you can switch to web development, desktop app development, mobile development. These are the libraries that you have to learn to become a web developer. For desktop, there is electron.js, and for mobile, same but with the help. There is another one is React Native. Okay. Then after that, the requirement to learn JavaScript is the knowledge of basic knowledge of HTML and CSS. And if you are having any code like VS Code, Sublime, Atom, Notepad, or Notepad plus plus, or any kind of text editor, you can do the JavaScript programming. Okay. Then the web browser for JavaScript are Chrome browser, Firefox, Safari, and Edge. First of all, let's see how we can connect JavaScript to our HTML. First of all, I have this type of a structure, the basic template you can say. Here I include a script tag, and in between this tag I code my JavaScript. Okay. First we see the document.write, which is used to display the output in HTML document. Document dot write, and Mm, within parentheses we provide code and provide the text. Hello hello developers. Okay, let's see the output. We use live server for this. Okay, it will take some time. Okay, perfect. You can see hello developers. Okay, we can do the same thing in our body tag also. We provide here script, and within this we provide document dot write, and after that provide the parenthesis, and parenthesis provide the double quote, and here we provide by and by. Okay, let's save this. You can see by is printed. Okay, but if we provide here an h1 tag, hello hello bro learners, let's save this. You can see if we provide the HTML tag, it separate. If we provide before this, it is still the same as of previous, you can see. But if we provide before after our h1 and any kind of tag that is used in Java HTML, it affect the structure of the document printed. Okay, and the third way we can do to, first we create a file name like xyz dot js. You can give any name, and after that just uh, provide the link. I just removed all of those, cut it here, and remove. Okay, you can provide the link script with src. Okay, xyz dot js. Okay, it's now connected. If you are provide using different folder, then you have to provide the specific path, but I have within the same folder, that's why I provide just name and extension. Okay, we can provide this also. Let's see, let's save. Okay, just paste here and save. Just formatting this document. Okay, perfect. You can see the output is not visible. Why? Because we provided this here. If you provided this is here, it's not visible. Why it is okay? Oh, there is a problem. We cannot provide script after including this. Okay, let's save this. You can see it is working here also. Sorry for this. Let's save this. You can see we can provide strict script tag with src in heading and in body tag also. First we create document.write. Okay, and provide the parenthesis and double quote. In double quote we provide the text. For example, hi, this is a simple text. Okay, and then let's copy this line here and save this and run in live server. Let's run in live server. Okay, you can see there is no space after text and again hi. We can provide with the help of br tag. Okay, we can provide br tag here, br, and let's save this and see the output. You can see it is in next line. We can bold also and italicize with the help of b tag, b, and it is a closing tag. That's why we close this tag b. Let's save this. You can see this is now in bold. We can do all italicize and emphasize. Okay, you can use in document.write. First of all, I have this type of structure, and this is the output of my code. Okay, and after that, if I want you or any user to understand this type of what is document.write and hi, this is a simple text, we can define comment. It is not run with our code, but it provides the information about what we are doing, what the piece of code and function, class, anything you use in your code is defined by comment to know other people what you are doing or what you are did in this piece of code. For example, if you are working in a project where two-person are working and some part you done and other person is doing other part, but before knowing the what you did, he cannot do another work or the further work. So that in that case you have to provide comment. In any language we can provide two types of comment: single line comment and multi-line comment. For example, in JavaScript, we use double backslash to provide single line comment. Hi, this is used to print, or you can say display in HTML page. ठीक है? Okay, we can comment. Sometime we want to comment some particular code to know the what is error and why it's not working. We can use, or sometimes we want this command, this not run at the moment. For example, if you are doing something and you don't want to, this line should not be print, but after some time you need it, so you can provide control plus backslash after clicking here. It is commented, and now save this. You can say this is, you can see this is disappeared. If I want to come back or want back again, I just do the same, control plus backslash and save. You can see this is the magic. And after that, let's talk about multi-line comment. We can provide multi-line comment with the help of backslash, double star and backslash. Okay, after starting and ending of this star, we can provide multi-line comment. For example, I use dummy tag lorem and just cutting this out and pasting here. Let's save this. You can see this, these lines are not affecting our code, but it provides information related to this. Okay, if I want to move this before this comment, it does not affect our code. Let's see. Okay, we can do the same in between, cut it and just paste it here. You can see we can provide comment here also after ending of this and provide the backslash. Hi developer. Okay, let's save this. It not affecting our. First of all, introduction of variable. In any programming language, variable is a memory location in which we store values. For example, it can be a number, a letter, a word, a sentence. It means we can store any value or any number, word, letter, sentences in a memory location with the help of variable. We can define variable in JavaScript with three keyword. First is var, second is let, and third is const. All of are in lowercase. Small var, small let, and then small const. Const. Now, see, this is the example of variable. Here, this is our variable name, or you can say we declare a variable with var by the name myvar, and then we provide myvar value as pro learner, which is a word. Okay, variable value is called variable initialization. First declare, then define the value of the variable. Okay, now let's jump into the coding part. Okay, now let's see why we need a variable. For example, I have document.write. Okay, and here I provide my name Ijaz. Okay, okay, I just copy this and paste it multiple times. Okay, and now let's run and see the output. It takes some time. Okay, here we go. We have multiples, or let's undo this. Okay, let's just undo and then provide br. Okay, now let's paste it multiple times and save. You can see I have Ijaz lot of time. But what if I want to change this Ijaz with M O H D Ijaz? Is it a good practice to change all of the name by one? I guess no. So in that case we use a variable where my name, here I just declare and then provide the value in code. In for word or letter or sentences, we provide double quote or single quote. I provide MO, just capital MOHT and EJAZ, jazz, and then semicolon. Now I just remove this. Okay, and then just document dot write and provide my name. Here, remember, you don't need to provide variable name in code. Okay, if you provide, first let's see the um, output. Say, okay, you can see, but what if we provide code here? Let's see. You see, this is treated as a output thing. It treat like it should be printed, not as a variable. That's why we don't need to provide codes in our variable. Now you can see. Let's say okay, and after that, if I want to change my name, just Muhammad, and save, you can see I can provide any name, for example Amit, and save, you can say, and then Kumar, you can see it will change. If I provide space and save, it provide the space also. Okay, this is how you can define or declare a variable. Now let's see how we can first initial declare our variable name and then provide the value. Okay, first I have var a comma b comma c and full semicolon. Okay, now let's a equals to 10, b equals to 20, c equals to a plus b, and now let's print the value of c. Document dot write and print the c. Let's save. You can see my value is printed as 30. We can do, if I don't want to initialize the value of c and then print the value of c. Let's see what will happen. You can see if you are not providing, declare the variable and don't initialize any value. It is by default undefined. Okay, it is nothing but it's tell you that you didn't initialize the value of c. If you do, it will remove. For example, if you change this 45 and say it is changed by 55. Okay, okay, we can provide any value. We can provide decimal value. Let's say you can see we can provide any value, or if you want to change the value of c after initialization, you don't need to rewrite the var again and again. You can use directly. If you first declare the value, you don't need to re-declare the value again and again, var by var a and again var a. You don't need to do that. Okay, now let's change the value of c. Now it is 55.45. Okay, now if I change c equals to hello world and then say, you can see it is changed. If I just copy this and paste it before this and just save this, you can see it is first value is 45, 55.45, and then it is changed with hello world. You can change multiple times whenever you require. You can change the value of c. Okay, or any variable you used. Now create let and name our variable name a and declare as 10, and after that we print it with the help of document.write and then print the value of a and see the output. You can see we can create a variable and assign initialize the value 10. Okay, and after that we can change also a equals to 20, let's say. Okay, now save this. You can see it is now 20. If we want to change a with a decimal value, we can do 23.68. or 9. Okay, now save this. You can see it is. If we want to change with string, we can do, let's say hello. Sorry, hello, and save this. You can see it is work like variable var, but here's the difference. If I first define all of my variable var a equals to 10 and var a equals to 20, and then var sorry, var a equals to hello, hello, and save. You can see hello is printed because it is the last updated value of a, but you can see we can declare var, redeclare any variable name a var again and again, it not throw an error here, or we can also console it with the help of inspection. You can see here is no error, you can clearly see. What if I can change this var with let and save? You can see we have an error. A is already been declared. It means we cannot redeclare again and again if we using let keyword. You can see when we change var keyword with let, here is an error which shows that we cannot redeclare a variable. And here also we have uncount syntax error. Undefined identifier a has already been declared. It means we cannot redeclare a same variable name. Okay, if we change a with b and then c, you can see error is gone. We cannot redeclare a same name variable with the keyword let, but we can redeclare a variable with var keyword. This is the main difference between let and var keyword. Okay, we can use the all other thing that we use in var is same. For example, you can here first declare a variable a comma b comma c and comma t, and after that you can initialize a equals to 90, b equals to 40, c equals to 80, and then b equals to a plus b plus c, and after that you can print the value of d. Okay, now save this. You can see the value is 210. Okay, this is how our let and var keyword work. First of all, I have to declare a variable with the keyword const, 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 and after that my variable name, my name. Okay, I use camel case here, and here I declare my name, md jars. Okay, and after that I have to print with the help of document.write, and I print my name. Okay, then save. You can see this is our result printed here. What if I want to change the value of my name, or if we want to reinitialize the value of my name equals to, let's say I just want it as, you can see my name is gone. Now let's check why it happened. Just double click and inspect here, and we have to check console. You can see uncount type error, assignment to constant variable at line number 14. You can see this is line number 14, and we are trying to reinitialize a constant variable. Constant mean we cannot change the value of the variable that we created. For example, if I want a number that would be fixed in my entire program, then I use const as a variable and initialize the value. For example, num equals to 1200 cannot change during this entire code. That's why we initialize with the keyword const. This is the main difference between let, var, and const. In var we can redeclare, reinitialize our variable. Var a equals to 20, sorry, 20, and a var a e- equals to hello. Okay, and in let we can reinitialize the value. For example, I have b equals to 100. I can change the value of b equals to 40. Then b equals to high. Okay, now if we want to check this also. Let's save. First of all, error is gone. Now cutting this out, and after that we have to print all of this. Let's first print document.write a, document.write a, and after that we print document.write dot write b. Now saving this, you can see hello is printed because this is the last updated value of a, which is declared with the help of var keyword. And then high is printed because we reinitialize the value three times. First initialize, then reinitialize, then reinitialize, and this is the last updated value. That's why high is printed here. And after that we have my name, which is Ijaz, which we already declared here. You can see in, okay, you can see this is my name, which we initialize. We cannot reinitialize the value. If we try to do that, it is an error and our output is gone. First of all, we have this type of data type in our JavaScript language. The first one is string. It is nothing but, for example, if we declare let a equals to, in single or double quote, for example double quote, high, and close the, this is called string. This is called a string data type because we define in code anything which we define in code. It is number or anything, it is nothing but it is a string. But if we define a equals to 40 or 43.21, anything, it is a number. And if we define a equals to true, it is a boolean. If we define a equals to false, it is again a boolean data type. And if we just declare let b and we didn't define any value, by default it is undefined data type. Okay, and after that if we declare an array a equals to 1 comma 2 comma 3 and close, it is an object type data. Okay, and data type of array is an object. And if we initialize an object, for example a equals to, in curly bracket, 2 4 5, and this is again an object data type because it is an object, and the data type of object is object, and the data type of array is also an object. Okay, we define anything in In code, it is by default string. If we define a number, it is a number data type. If we define true and false without any code, it is boolean type. If we declare the variable and not giving any value, it is undefined. And if we define an object, the data type of object is object, and the data type of array is also an object. Now let's jump into coding part. Now we see how we can check any variable data type. For example, if I have var a equals to string, or let's say anything, hi, okay, and then we have to print this. We have to print this with the help of document.write a, and then we have to just copy and paste, provide a break for next line br tag, and after that we have again copy this and just use type of, which is used to check the type of any variable. Okay, now let's save. You can see hi is a string data type. If we change a with a number, for example, if I use 20 and save this, you can see if I give point value, again it is a number. You can see if we provide a equals to true and save this, you can see it is boolean type, and if we provide false, again it is a boolean type. You can see, and after that if we declare a variable let equals to b, and after that we just check the b value and type of b. Let's see. You can see both are undefined because we don't know the value of b, that's why it is undefined, and the type of b is also undefined. And after that if we declare an array a equals to 12 comma 20 comma 30, and let's save this. You can see this is the value and this is an object data type. And after that if we provide a equals to curly bracket and just provide to name colon and name Ijaz and comma age colon 23. Now let's save this. You can see we cannot directly print the value of an object, or if we try to do that it is print object and then the data type is object which we printed here. Okay, so this is how you can check any variable data type. First we have addition as a binary operator, then we have for addition we have plus operator, then we have hyphen for subtraction, star for multiplication, for division we have backslash, and for exponential or power 2 की power 3 and so on we have double star. Then we have for reminder we call modulus in JavaScript or in any programming language, we have percentage operator, then we have plus plus for increment operator, and minus minus for decrement operator. Now let's see how we can perform these operator in JavaScript. Okay, first I declare a variable var a comma b comma c. Okay, then we perform a equals to declare a equals to 450, b equals to 200, and c equals to a plus b. Now let's see with the help of document.write and print C. Now let's save this. You can see this is added. 400 plus 200 is 600 and this is 50. Okay, and now if we use hyphen symbol minus, let's save this. You can see this is minus. Now if we multiply, you can see if we use star, then it is multiplied. You can clearly see. If we want to divide, we use backslash operator. Okay, let's save this. You can see if we change this value as 110 and let's save, you can see. Okay, and after that, if we just decrease these values 4 and then 5, and if we use double star, then 4 की power 5. You can calculate 4 into 4 into, let's reduce to 2 and let's save. You can see 2 into 2 into 2 into 2 5 times is 32. You can check 2 into 2 into 2 4, 4 into 2 8, 8 into 2 16, 16 into 2 32. Okay, if you want to check for small number, if you just go for a square, you can see 4. If we change this number to 5 and let's say, you can clearly see. And after that we have modulus operator. Let's, if we use percent operator here and let's save, you can see this is 1. Why? Because if we divide 5 by 2 we get a remainder 1. That's why it is 1. If we change this with 7, now the remainder is 5. You can see this is how modulus work. And after that we have increment operator. You know the value of a is 5. If we use a plus plus 2 times and change here a, let's save. You can see this is 5, now it's 6. If we print this 2 times, for example, first here and then here, if we want to again just use break to differentiate between the line br tag. Now let's say, you can see this is increment or similarly we can use decrement operator minus minus. Let's save this. You can see this first is 5, then it is reduced by 1 and it is now 4. First of all, what is the meaning of assignment? Assignment means providing value to variable. For example, if I declare a variable var and then having variable name a, and after that I use equal operator which is called assignment operator and then provide the value. For example, I provide 100 and this means 100 is assigned to a variable a. Okay, and after that we have these types of assignment operator. First is equal, then plus and equal. I'll tell you all of this meaning how we can use these operators. These operator we already see arithmetic operation and we do the calculation with the help of these operators. But we can use assignment operator too with these operators. Okay, now let's see how we can do that. For example, if I have a variable var b, which is nothing but it is having value 30 and semicolon. Let's, if we want to assign a value a equals to a plus, which is 100 plus b. Now let's save this and print with the help of document.write. Document.write. And let's print the value of a. Let's save this. You can see this is 30. But we have another way to do the same thing. If I want to use a, then plus equals to b. and semicolon. Let's see. There is nothing changed. Why? Because this is 130. It means we can short this expression a equals to a plus b as plus equals to b. We can do the same for minus. If we provide minus, here it is minus. You can see. If we provide multiply, then it is multiply 3000. Okay, and after that we can provide divide. For example, if I have 12 and then provide here backslash, you can see. And similarly we can just use modulus a and modulus here. Let's save this. You can see, because dividing 1200 by 30 we get 0 as a remainder. If we change 1 here and let's save, you can see now the remainder is 1. And after that we use mm, double star to square the number. Okay, let's do that. Let's save this. This is 12 की power 30, nothing but 2.37 into 10 to the power 92. If we reduce, for example, if I use only 10 and here 30, let's say, you can see 1 into 10 to the power 30. Discuss about comparison operator in JavaScript. We have the following comparison operator in JavaScript. First is double equal to check the value is equals to or not. And if we use triple equal, then it is check type of the variable also. If we want to check the value is not equal, then we use exclamation mark and not equal sign. And then if we want to check the value and data type or type, we use exclamation mark and double equal. For if we check the value is less than or equals less than, then we use less than operator. And if we check for greater than value, we use greater than symbol. And if we want to check less than or equals to, then we use less than and equal sign. And if we check for equals to or greater than, then we use greater and equal sign. Let's do in practical implementation. Okay, now first we have a variable var a equals to 70 and var b equals to 80. And now we want to check with help of document.write. Now check a is less than a is greater than b or not. Let's say you can see it is false. Why? Because a is 70 and b is 80. So that's why it's written false, because a is not greater than b. If we use less than, then save. You can see it is true. Or if we check a is equals to b and change the value of a to 80. Now let's save. You can see it is true. What if we provide b as an in quote? Now let's save. You can see this is again true. Why? Because it does not check the type, it just checks the value. If we use triple equal, then it will false. Why? Because the type is, in this case, is not same. If we change this with normal value, now it is same. You can see. And after that we have not equals to. If we use not equal for exclamation mark and change this value 9 and save, you can see it is true. But when we check value of a and b, both are 80 and you can see we have not equal operator. Then check, you can see it is false. Why? These are equal. But what if we use double equal and then check? Now it is true. It means these values are not equal. Why? Because this is a number type and this is a string type, and both are not same in type. That's why it is written true. Okay, and after that we have less than or equals to value. If we change 70 and here we use less than and equals to sign and check, you can see false. Why? Because a is greater than b. What if we change with 90 and save? You can see it is true. And if we use 80, then again it is true. Why? Because less than or equals to. Both the condition it is true. Or similarly we can use greater than and equals to. For example, if we change 100 and check for greater than equals to, save, you can see it is false. What if we change with 120? Now let's say it is true, and if it is 120 again, this is true. This is all about comparison operator in JavaScript. This is the formal definition of if condition. If is a condition statement in which we define a condition. Okay, it is nothing but in if block we specify a condition, and according to condition it take action. Okay, for example, if we have this is formal structure, if then condition, if condition is true then statement is run, and if the condition is false then we are out of the block of if statement. Okay, for example, today is Monday and it is true, and we print the Monday. If it is false, today is not Monday, then it is false, and we come out of the if block. Okay, this is the syntax of if condition statement. This is if keyword, then round braces, then providing the condition. For example, that we discussed in last video, conditional statement. Okay, and after that we provide the statement, for example, printing some calculation, anything, and this is called the block of the if condition. Okay, now here we have where x equals to 90, and here we check x is greater than 15 or not with the help of greater symbol. Okay, if it is greater, then we print x is greater than 15, else we come out of this box. Okay, now let's jump into coding part. Now let's see how we can use if condition. For if we, let's define a variable where a equals to 50. Okay, and provide if keyword, then provide the round bracket. In round braces we provide the condition. For example, a is equals to 50, then curly bracket, and provide document dot write, and print a is equal 50. Okay, now let's say, you can see it is equal. If we provide triple equal, again it is true. Why? Because the type is also same. Okay, but what if we provide here code and check, you can see it is now equal, but if we use double equal and save, you can see it is equal. Okay, you can provide any condition less than, greater than. For example, if you use a less than 100 and print a is less than 100. Now let's see. You can see it is not printed. Why? Because a is not greater than 100. Here I provide mistakenly greater than. Now check for less than. Save. Now the condition is true, that's why it is printed. If condition false, this line or this block is not printed or not run. Why? Because the condition is not satisfied. It terminates from here. Okay. This is how if condition work. First of all, this is the formal definition of else statement. Else statement whenever our if statement condition false, then our else block is run. Okay, this is how it look like. If condition true, then if statement is running, and whenever this condition false, then our else block is running. This is called if else statement in JavaScript or in any program. Okay, now let's see the one of the example. If age is greater than or equals to 18, you are eligible to vote. Else, you are not eligible to vote. In vote criteria, there is only two conditions. If age is greater than and equals to 18, then you are eligible to vote. Else you are not eligible to vote if your age is 14 below 18. Okay, this is the if else application, you can say. Okay, now this is the syntax of if and else statement in JavaScript. First if, then condition, after that statement, anything. Okay, then we have else. For else we don't need any condition, because if this is wrong, then this will happen. Okay, now we have statement, and after this we exit from if and else. If else statement, sorry, if else statement. Okay, after that, this is one of the another example. Here our number x is 20, and we are checking if x is greater than 10, then print x is greater than 10, else it is less than 10. Okay, with the help of document.write. Now let's jump into coding part. Now let's now let's see the if and else statement with the practical implementation. First of all, I have to declare a variable where number equals to any even number 28, then semicolon, and after that I just want to check whether the number is odd or even with the help of if statement, if and else statement. If number modulus 2 equals to 0, then curly bracket sorry document.write print even number. Else if it is not even, then it should be odd number. Else it is an odd number. Document.write, and then we have odd number. Now let's save and see the answer. This is even number. What if we change this with 27? Now let's say, you can see our program is running fine. It means we are doing if else statement correctly. What if, for another example, I use a variable age, and let's say 23, and after that we use if statement. If age greater than 18, then print document.write eligible eligible to apply for driving license. Okay. Else document.write not eligible. Not eligible. Okay. Let's save. You can see I am eligible. Why? Because age is 23. If we reduce age with 10 or any number less than or equals to 80, if we provide 18, again it is not eligible. Why? But let's do fixing with the help of equal. Now I am eligible. Let's, yeah, you can see if age is 18 or above, we are eligible to apply for license, driving license, else we are not. This is how we can use if else statement in programming. For that we have to just use comment for better visualization. First introduce this thing. For example, if we have condition if, providing condition, for example x greater than 20, and here we have something like document.write, and else if x is greater than less than 40, something have to be print. This is our second condition. And if we provide else if, and third condition would be like x greater than equals to 100. This is something like we are providing multiple condition. If this condition is not true, we check for this condition. If this is not true, then we check for this condition. If these are not true, then we provide else. No condition is true. If there is no condition which is true, then our else block is run. Okay. If this condition run, this condition satisfied, then we will not check for this condition. If this is false and this is correct, then we don't check this condition. And at the end, if both of them are not correct, then we check for this, and if it is correct, then our else block is not running. And if three of them are not correct, then our else block run. Okay. Now after that we can also provide multiple for first condition, second condition, third, fourth, five, any number of condition, and then at the end we provide else. Okay. Now let's see how we can do this with the help of. For that we have to declare a variable where percentage per equals to 75 percentage. Now after that we provide if percentage greater than or equals to 80 and percentage less than equals to 100, print document.write merit, and if percentage greater than or equals to 60% and double ampersand for the second condition, percentage less than 80, document.write first division. Now let's just copy this. After that, else if condition again, percentage less than greater than equals to 45% and double ampersand percent less than 60. Print document dot write second division. Second division. Else if percentage greater than equals to 33 and double ampersand percentage greater than 45 document dot write third division. Third division. Else if percentage less than 33 document dot write fail. Fail. Else, this is the last condition we provide, document dot write invalid in percentage. Invalid percentage. Now let's save. What's that error? Okay, here is the error. That's why it is not printed. Now let's save. You can see first division. Why? Because our percentage is 75, which is not for first condition is not true. Then it is checking for second condition. Now second condition is true. That's why it is first. If we decrease with let's say 60. Now let's save. It is again 6. Now let's check for 55%. You can see if we reduce 33, it is third division. If we reduce 29 or 20, let's say, you can see fail. Or if we provide 120, let's say, you can see our all condition are true. Let's write 96%. You can see this is merit. Now this is our condition. We can provide multiple condition in a single if, then else if, then else if, then else if. At the end we provide else if these are not valid, not true, then this will happen or this will run. Okay, this is how we can provide multiple if else statement in JavaScript. Discuss about ternary operator in JavaScript. It is a most important concept of JavaScript. We can use ternary operator instead of if else statement. For example, if you having a single statement in if else condition, then you can replace this with the ternary operator. Now this is the syntax of ternary operator. First you have to provide the condition and after that question mark. If this condition true, first expression run. If this condition false, then this expression run. This is called ternary operator in JavaScript. This is, for example, this is let variable and we declare value pass or fail in this result. If marks is greater than or equals to 40, then the result would be pass. And if marks is 39 or less than 40, it is fail. And this value is stored to this variable. And this value again is stored in this value. If this is true, then this value is stored. If this is false, then fail is stored in result. Okay, now let's see how we can declare a ternary operator and use in JavaScript. Now let's see how we can use ternary operator in JavaScript. For that, first we have to declare a variable var. Let's say a equals to 40. Now checking this with the help of a ternary operator. For that, let's check a double equals to 40 and question mark. Let's first declare a variable var b. Okay, now we can use b equals to true, else b equals to false. Now let's save. We cannot see any output. Why? Because we didn't print. We can print with the help of document dot write. Now print b. Let's save. You can see this is true. Why? Because this is 40 and we are checking if it is 40 or not. This is true, then we store the value true in variable b. We can do the same thing in one line. We can remove this from here and treated like this, b equals to. Now it stores the value according to the condition. If it is true, then true is stored to the variable b. If it is false, then false is stored to this variable. Now let's change this with 20. Now let's say you can see both are same, or we can even declare here variable and then store the value var. And now let's say you can see again we have same. If we change this with 20, you can see we can do some calculation. We cannot write multiple lines here. We can just only give a declaration. We can document dot write. We can print values. We can store variables value, but we cannot write more than one statement. This is how we can use ternary operator in JavaScript. First of all, you can use alert as a keyword, alert, and within code just provide message. For example, hello bro learner, bro learner. Now just let's save this. You can see this message is printed here. If you okay, it just disappeared. It is nothing but it show you an alert. Hey bro learners. Now we can do same thing in if else condition. Let's say if let declare a variable var number equals to 30 if number modulus 2 equals to 0 alert the number is even number. And now just concatenate the number with the plus and number word. Okay, and else alert print this number is an odd number. And now just click plus number. You can show the number. Here we can again specify the spaces. Now just let's save this. You can see this is an even number. If we okay, this message disappears, and we can change 30 by 15. Now just save this. You can clearly see our program is working fine. Okay, just remove this. Now if we want something where gender equals to male, and now just if gender equals to male alert you hi Mr. else alert Hi miss, just save. You can see Mr. is printed. If we use female, now let's save. Hi miss. If you want another condition, then provide else if and provide gender equals to female. Then miss, and if you want something else in your else block, then provide else. Now save. You can see. This is how we can use alert box. We can do some mathematical calculation in alert box. For example, alert 20 plus 30. Just save this. You can see. We can do much more which we do in our document.write. Similarly, we can use same thing in alert box, but it just disappear after clicking OK. Now we see how we can use confirm box. For confirm box, we have to just use confirm and print hello, hello friends. Now just save. If you OK this, it means true. The value of this confirm is true. If you cancel, then it means this value is false. For better clarification, we declare in a variable where a equals to confirm. After that, just print using alert box, print the value of a, just a. Now let's save this. You can see if I OK, it means true. You can see and OK. If we just use cancel, it means false, and we get OK. Okay, this is used to get a feedback from user. For example, if you are making a website and you want the user experience, you say, did you do you do you like our website? And just say, you can see this answer. If you say OK, it means true, you like it. And after that, if you just cancel, it is false, it means you didn't like it. Now let's do some if and else condition. If a equals to true, true, print alert thank you, thank you. And else alert sorry, sorry. Now let's save this and remove this. Okay, now saving this, you can click OK. Thank you is printed. If you just reload and use cancel, this is sorry. This is just a small example how we can use a confirm box in JavaScript. You can do in event calling and function calling as well. We're going to discuss how we can get data from user. For that we use prompt and just write your what you want. Enter your name and just semicolon and save it. You can see you can store any value here. For example, I just use bro learner. Bro learner, hit OK. You can see this is not stored anywhere. We can store in a variable where a equals to user, and we can print this with the help of alert box, or we can print in document.write also. Now just save this. You can see pro learner, hit OK. You can see this value is stored in this variable. Okay, if you want age, enter your marks, enter anything, you can do. You can get data from user. For example, if you want some number, you can do enter your age, your age. Now just save, enter anything, let's say 20, not here, 20. Okay, okay, you can see. This is one of the example in our previous video where we check for percentage and display the output according to the percentage. Now we do with the help of user input. For example, we use prompt and just enter your percentage. Now just save. You can see if I write 86% and OK, you can see merit. If we use 75%, save, sorry, not save, 75% and OK, you can see first division. If we write 55%, OK, second division. If we write 40%, third division. If we write 20%, fail. If we write 120, you can see it is working fine. This is how we can use prompt to get the data from user and we can store in a variable. If we want to pass multiple condition, we can use, instead of multiple if else, we use switch case. For example, this is the syntax. I'll just write, wait. Okay, first we provide switch and then expression, and after that we provide curly bracket. First case, we use case here instead of if else if case, and provide the condition 1, then colon, and after that we provide the statement. After that we provide break. At break we provide case, condition 2, colon, again statement, and then break. And after that we have third case condition 3, condition 3, colon, statement, then break. And after that we have a last case, which is default colon, we don't have any condition for default, and statement. Okay, we don't need to define break after default. Okay, here what is the meaning of break? Why we use break? If case 1 is true, condition 1 is true, then it print the first statement, and after that if we remove this break, then this condition check and this statement print, and after that this condition check if there is no break, this condition check if it is true, then this statement print, and we print the default also. We will see in practical implementation. Now I just remove this print this condition, which is nothing but this is weekdays, and according to day's name, it print the today is Monday, today is Sunday, today is Wednesday. Okay. Now let's see, save this and see the answer. You can see this is Sunday and it print today is Sunday. If we remove this and print Monday. Now let's save this. You can see this is true and print Monday. Or if we remove this break from all, now let's remove from, okay, now let's save. You can see today is Monday, it is true, then it is printed. Now just give clarification for, okay, now let's save. You can see today is Monday, today is Wednesday, Tuesday, today is Wednesday, today is Monday. Again, we don't need Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Thursday. Now let's see. Okay, today is Thursday. This is how our break stop the flow of the switch cases. Okay, that's why we use. Now just change this Thursday. Thursday. Save this. Okay. After that, we declare a variable. Now let's just remove this. And now we declare a variable where a equals to 10, not 10, less a equals to 5. Now we provide switch a case 1. If a key value is 1, print document dot write a is 1. Then break semicolon. Now I'll just copy this and paste 5 times. Now just format with the help of format. Now after that we have default document dot write invalid number. Now just save this invalid number. Why? Because we didn't change this. 2, 3. If none of them run, then our default run. Okay, this is how it works. Now just removing this case. Now let's save this. You can see a is 1. Why? Because we didn't change 5, 4, 3, 2, 2. Now let's save. If you change this value to 4, save. You can see if we change for 7, now let's save. You can see these all statement are false. That's why our default run. Okay, this is how we can use switch cases in JavaScript. We are going to discuss about function in JavaScript. Without further delay, let's start. First of all, this is the formal definition of a function. A function is a block of code designed to perform a particular task. If you want to perform addition, subtraction, multiplication, division of any number, or something like printing some text, you can create a function and you can use and call your function with the help of the name you define. We can create a function to reduce repeating a piece of code. For example, here we have something, a random text. You can say, hello friend, this is Bruner. We are here to help you. If we want to print this code again and again after some piece of code, then we can just copy this and paste here. Then we have some code, then paste here, then we have some code. This is not a good practice. For that, we create a function here, function hello. Hello. And we reduce this line of code with this function. Okay, now let's see how we can define a function. This is the way we can define a function. First we use function keyword, and after that we create a name, function name. We can use hyphen between the name. We cannot provide uh, an space, so that we can use uh, an underscore, hyphen. Okay, our function name should be start with letters, not a number. After that we have statement, which is nothing but a piece of code. This is called, this syntax is called function declaration. Function declaration. Okay. If, and after that, after declaring, for example, we have an example of intro name function, and it write, hi friend, how are you? And this is the function definition. And after that, if we are just define, we not use, then it will not print anything. For that we have to call the function. This is called name, then round braces, and we call the function with function name. This is called calling a function. This is declaring a function. This is calling a function. Now let's see how we can create a function and call a function with practical implementation in VS Code. Now let's jump into coding part. Now let's see how we can create a function. For that we have to just use function keyword, function, and after that we define the function name, my function. Function. We cannot create a function with spaces. We cannot provide here spaces, which is wrong. If we can do hyphen, and now hyphen is also removed from JavaScript, that's why we cannot create a function name with hyphen. We can use underscore, a number here after end of this name, or we can use in middle of any function name. Here I use camel case, you can also use. Okay, now let's do document dot write hyphen document dot write welcome, welcome to bro learner. Okay, now let's save. You can see nothing is printed. Why? We just define a function. We can just declare a function. We are not calling the function. For calling, we use my function and round braces. And after that, semicolon. Let's save. You can see hi friend and welcome to bro learner is printed. For space, just give space and now save. If you want next line, you can use br tag also. Now let's save. You can see this is how we can create a function. And if you want something addition, like let's create a variable where a equals to 30 and where b equals to 40. And after that we just print document dot write for output. dot write and just use a multiply b and save. You can see this is printed. If we use addition, we can add two numbers. You can minus subtract also. This is 40 minus 30 is minus 10. 30 minus 40 is minus 10. Okay. This is how we can create a function and call a function. Going to discuss about function with parameter. In last video we see how we can declare and call a function. Now we see how we can define a function with parameter. Now just declare a variable function and after that my function then provide first name f name comma l name, first name and last name, and after that curly bracket. This is called our parameter. This is parameter. Okay. Now after that just we declare document.write and hello in code hello plus f name and plus l name, and after that semicolon. Now we have to now we we just declare a function with parameter. Now just we call. For calling we use function name my function and provide first in code first name bro and second name comma second name learner. Now just save this. You can see pro learner is printed. Okay. Now what if we didn't just provide single parameter and save? You can see this is undefined plus. Now let's say you can see this is undefined. Why? We just use we use both of them, but we just define here first name not last name. That's why it is undefined. If we didn't provide both of them, then we have undefined. Okay. Now what if we want some default value? We can provide default value with variable name then equal then provide bro then last name learner. This is capital Pro. Now let's say you can see this is default value. If we not provide a value of the parameter, then this default value is printed. Now if we change hello ram comma hello ram comma kumar, let's say you can see. And if we want another my function with name Salman comma Khan, that you can see our hello Ram Kumar and hello Salman Khan is printed. But if we want break, then we can provide plus concatenate and here we provide br tag. You can save it. Okay. Now after that we create a function keyword sum and provide variable a comma b, and after that we use document.write and just add the number a plus b. Now after that just we have to call this sum. Now we provide value 34 comma 67. Just save it. You can see 101 is printed, and we can just use before this function also sum 45 55 54 comma 32. Let's see. You can see 86 is printed. This is how we can create. If we want to declare some default value, we can do here also. Okay, for example 20 and 30. If we not provide, for example, if we provide just sum and save it, you can see 50 is printed. Why? 30 plus 20 is 50. Okay, this is how we can declare a function with parameter. We are going to see how we can use return keyword to return a value from a function. Without further delay, let's start. This is the previous example that in which we see how we can use a parameter in a function. Now, if we want to use a function to return, for example, we have to store in some variable. We store a variable, we create a variable var a equals to first name f name plus space concatenate plus l name, and after that we just return a, and then let's save this with my function name. You can see nothing is printed. Why? Because this is our calling function. Here Amit is stored to this first name, then Kumar is stored to this variable last name, then we concatenate and we use break here also, br tag for next line. Okay, here first name is stored, Amit is stored in first name and Kumar is stored in last name. After that we store these name with concatenation, Amit Kumar with break to next line in variable a, and now this variable a is returned, which means it stores the value in my function. And if we want to use this function Amit Kumar, we have to store in some variable var b equals to, and after that we can print this value with document dot write, and after that we use p and then save. You can see Amit Kumar is printed now. If you change Amit with Ali Zafar, let's say, you can see Ali Zafar is printed. Okay, this is how we can use function with return. Now let's create another function to see how it actually works. Now let's see another example of function with return type. For we have to first print document.write. Here we provide total marks hyphen 300 and br tag, and then total here total subject which is 3, and here is total marks which is 300, and after that we have br tag and then br tag again for space. Let's save it. You can see, and after that we create a function name sum marks, and then we have math comma science comma English, and after that we just create a variable var a equals to math plus science plus English, and after that we just return a. It means first and after that we just store create a variable where b equals to some marks, and after that we provide 50 comma 50 comma 50, and let's say here this 50 50 50 is stored in this variable, and after that we sum with the help of plus operator, and then we return this a in this sum marks, and which is stored in our variable b, and after that we print document.write, and here we provide total total mark marks obtain equals to plus b, then plus next line. Okay, let's say you can see after that we create another function percentage. Here I use total marks tm in creating a variable where c equals to, now the percentage is calculated with total marks divided by 300, total marks obtained by 300 multiplied with 100 to convert it in percentage, and after that we return c. Okay, we can store, we can create a variable where, and then we create d equals to percentage, and we provide total marks as p, and after that we print document.write, and here percent percent percentage is plus p, not b, it is d, plus br tag. Now let's say you can see total marks is 300, which is we printed, and here is percentage is 50%. If we change 50 by 90 and 90, let's say you can see the percentage is changed to 76.66. If we create here 90 again, let's say 90%. This is how we can create a variable with return type, and we can reuse the value that is written by the function. We are going to discuss about local and global variable in JavaScript. Without further delay, let's start. First of all, the variable that is declared outside any function or class is called a global variable. And a variable that is declared inside a function class is called local variable. And if you want to access a variable which is declared inside a function and you want to access outside the function, it throw an error. For example, if I remove this and just want to use it outside the function, it throw an error. Now let's see how we can perform this in practical implementation. Just cut it out and just remove this comment, and I just paste it here. After that I just remove, because this is not a keyword, this is nothing, so we have to remove this. Okay. Now after that, let's print document dot write dot document dot write and print variable a and then concatenate break b r tag. Now after that I just use semicolon, and after that I print document dot write and print the value a. And after that I before this I used to call this function my function then semicolon. Now let's save. You can see this function call and just write print the value of a as 40, and this print function write the print the value of a as 10. If I remove and just want to see the value of a which is inside our function, can it be accessible outside the function? Let's see. Save. You can see nothing is printed after this function call. Let's check in console. Just double click and go to inspect, and after that we have to just increase a little bit. Now let's see. You can see this error shows us that a is not defined, but a is defined. But this is a local variable. It is not defined outside. This is called local variable. Okay. Now if we use var a equals to hello hello. Now let's say you can see error is gone and hello is printed. This is how our local and global variable work. If we declare a variable outside, we can access inside also. For example, if I remove this and I remove this also, and I just declare a variable var a equals to hi friends. Okay, let's say hi, and after that we have semicolon. Let's say you can see is not printed. Why? Because we didn't call my function. That's why. Let's call our function and save. You can see hi is printed. If we declare a variable outside of outside a function, and if we call a global variable inside any function or class, it would run. It would shows an output. You can clearly see if we change hi with 40, it reflected. You can see. If you realize that if we declare a variable inside our function, our document.write take the variable value which is declared inside, which is local to this function. And if we remove this statement, then it take our local variable value. You can see. This is how our variable local and global works. Okay, this is how we can declare a local and global variable and the difference between local and global variable. To discuss about events in JavaScript, we use event to call a function in JavaScript. There are three types of events. First is mouse event, second is key event, and third is Windows event. There is a list of events in JavaScript. You can search. The few are and the most common events I listed here. Okay, so first is mouse event. The first mouse event is click. When you click on somewhere in a website, on a button or anything, you click and something happen. This is called click event. We can call click event by the keyword of on click, and if you want to double click, then you just call on dbl click, or you can call any event. You have to first write on. you can clearly see on key press, on load, on scroll, on mouse enter, on mouse out, and on mouse down, on mouse down. Okay, this is how we can call a function. Let's see why we need an event. For example, if I create a function my function, and here I define alert hello hello friends, and after that I just use semicolon, and then we have to call this function to see the output. To call a function we use my function name and then round braces and semicolon. Let's save. You can see whenever we load our website, this alert box is printed or shown to our website. For example, if I reload this page again, we have hello friend. What if we want to use this function in a specific event? For that we use events. For example, if I create a button here and we use click here, and after that we have to call our function on click, and here we provide my function, and after that we have to provide round braces. Let's save this. You can see this function is called because of this, and just remove this. Let's save. You can see if I save or reload, you can see if I reload, this function is not called. When I click here, you can see hello friend is printed. Instead of alert, you can also use document.write and provide hi guys and save. If I click here now, you can see hi guys is printed and our button is gone. That's why I use alert hello, only hello. Let's say if I click, alert is hello is alerted. Okay, and after that if I want to use this click event in my paragraph, let's say hello friend, and after that I use on click, and click here and just provide my function and then round braces. If I just save, you can see if I click here, hello is alerted. If I change on click with dbl click and save, dbl click and save, you can see one time click is not affecting this. For example, I click, but if I click double, you can see hello is alerted. After that we have mouse over. We can call mouse over with mouse enter event. Just remove this on mouse enter and save. When I come here, you can see hello is alerted. If after enter we have mouse out event, we can call mouse out, just change enter with out and save. When I go here, nothing is happened. When I come down or up, you can see our event is called. Okay, similarly we can call our mouse down event. You can use down and save. It is similar like our click event. Just I click here, you can see this event is called. And after that, down we have up again. If I use mouse up and save, when I click here, nothing happen. When I release, this event is called. Okay, we cannot call our key event in our all tag. We can use in our body tag. For example, on key press, and let's provide my function, and let's save. If I come here and just pressing my keyboard key, you can see our event is triggered. And after that we have just key up. Let's save, and you can see if I come here and press any key, nothing happen. When I release, this event is called. Okay, this is how we can use our key event. And after that we have windows. Again we can call windows event in our body tag, except scroll. We can call scroll in div which is overflowing. Okay, and let's see how we can call our windows event. For example, we have to just change this on load and just save. It is whenever it load, it triggered the event. And after that we have resize. On resize, let's save. Whenever we resize our windows, this event calls, you can clearly see. And after that we have on scroll, let's save. This event call, this event triggered when you have overflow or scroll bar. Okay, for example, if I just remove this and fill our page with 1000 words, let's save. You can see, and whenever I scroll, this event call. This is how you can use event in JavaScript. How to use do while in JavaScript. Without further delay, let's start. First of all, in loop, we first initialize our variable. After that, we provide condition. Then we increment or decrement the variable value. Okay, this is how we do in while loop. And the main difference between while loop and do while is when the condition is false, do while terminate, it didn't or it does not enter to the loop. But in do while, what actually is, this run at least once if the condition is false, and if the condition is true, it run according to the condition. Let's see how it works. The syntax, first of all, let's see the syntax of do while. First you use do keyword and provide curly bracket. Here you provide statement, and then we use increment or decrement, increase or decree. Okay, and after that we use while keyword here and provide the condition. Okay, this is the formal syntax of our do while loop. Okay, now just let's remove this and see how it works. For example, I declare a variable where a equals to 10, and after that we provide do, and here we provide our statement document.write and say hi bro learner, and then we provide br tag bro learner br tag, and then we provide a plus plus, and after that we provide condition while a equals to 20. This is false condition actually, but let's see whether this statement print our value or not. Okay, let's save. You can see this is run. If I use same thing in our while loop, for example, while a equals to 20, just print this statement. Let's see whether hi brother की जगह हम लिखते हैं hello hello and let's save. You can see this is not run. If I just commenting it this and let's save, everything is removed. You can see this is the main difference between our while loop and do while loop, and the rest thing is same. If the condition is true, let's see how this work when the condition is true. Let's just undo comment, and after that just to use here we can use less than equals to 20 and a plus plus, and after that just to use count a plus not plus, and here we use space double space. Let's save. You can see 10 11 12. This is a similar flow of while, but the main difference is whether the condition is true or false, it runs at least once if the condition is false. If it is true, then run according to the condition. Now let's see how we can declare a for loop in JavaScript. First of all, this is the formal syntax of our for loop. We use for keyword and then round braces, and after that we can do initialization, condition and increment in a single statement. You can see first we use variable var and then provide value to a, and after that we separate this statement with semicolon, then we give condition, then again we separate this by semicolon, and in the last we use increment or decrement, and after that we provide curly bracket and this piece of code which run after checking the condition. First this statement run and then it check a is less than or equals to 10. It is true. Then not increment after this, just run this statement, and after that it increment, then again check the condition. If condition is true, this statement run, then after that it again increment and just check condition till this running in the loop. If the condition is true, it is keep checking and incrementing and running the statement. Now let's see how we can use in JavaScript. Just remove this and provide for and then round braces variable var a equals to 1 and semicolon and a equals to less than 10, and after that we provide a plus plus, and here we provide space, then we provide curly bracket, and after that we provide document dot write, and then provide a statement hi and how are you, how are you. Okay, now let's break this so that we can see clearly. No need to after this provide increment or decrement because we already did here. Okay, let's say you can see it run 10 times. For this you can just provide here a then plus, and after that space. Let's say you can see this is how you can declare our for loop and use in JavaScript. Discuss about continue and break keyword in JavaScript. We can only use continue and break keyword in loop. Okay, this is the example that we use in our last video. Now let's see how we can use continue keyword first. If I provide condition if a equals to 3, not 2, 3, then just run. I just want to change this statement with number, number and colon a plus a, then plus b r tag. Let's first just cutting this and save. You can see this is normal flow of our loop and condition. Okay, now if I use if condition, if a equals to 3, then print, I just copy this, copy, and here I use high number. Let's say, you can see high number is printed, but after this 3 again printed. What if I don't want to continue after 3 is printed? We don't want to use this. For that we use continue keyword, and then provide semicolon. Let's say, you can see this statement of 3 is not printed after checking, after seeing continue. Why? Because continue means after this, continue from loop, starting of the loop. Here check increment and then check condition. This is how we can use continue. And if I use break keyword here, break and semicolon, let's say, you can see after 3 nothing is printed. Why? The break keyword is used when we want to exit from loop in a certain condition. That's why we provide break. To discuss about nested loop in JavaScript. Without further delay, let's start. First of all, this is the formal definition of nested loop. A nest is nothing but a loop inside a loop. For example, here we have a for loop with variable x, and then we have condition 5, and then we increment. Okay, and inside this for loop we have another for loop with variable y, then we have same condition 5 less than equals to 5, then increment, then we have one statement. After that we have a simple nested loop example. For example, we have let I equals to 1, then we have I is less than or equals to 5, then we increment I. First it initialize variable I equals to 1, then it check the condition, and after that it see this for loop. Okay, you can see it have this for loop, and this for loop initialize the variable j equals to 1, then check condition, and after that it print this value. Okay, like here you can see I equals to 1, you can clearly see first time it is 1, it print 1, and after that it increment j, then check condition, then print I is still 1. Okay, 1 is printed, and this is goes till uh, j equals to 5, and after that if j is 6, this loop is terminated, and after that it sees break, it come to the next line, and after that it increment I to I equals to 1 to 2, then check condition, condition is still true because 2 is less than 5, then it come to this line again and see j equals to 1, it reinitialize the value of j 5 to 1 again, and then check condition, then print I 2, then it increment and check condition, it again true, it is goes till 5, and after that is c j equals to 6, and it terminates this loop again, and after that we have break, it come to the next line, and here it increment I equals to 3, then again we reinitialize j equals to 1, then we check condition, then we print 3, and so on till 5, and after that it again see break and come to here, and then it increment the value of I equals to 4, then check condition, condition is still true, then it print according to with the help of this for loop, and after that it come to this line because of this break, it come to here, and then I equals to 5, which is true, which is we can say it is less than or equals to. Now less than condition is false, but equal condition is true, then come to here, and similarly it print 5 time, then it break, but now I equals to 6, which is not satisfied this condition, and this for loop ended here. Okay, now let's see with the help of tabular form. Okay, here we have variable I, variable j, then output. Okay, I forgot to include break, but you can clearly understand from here. We have after ending of each ending of j loop, you can say we have next line. Okay, if we do not use break, it print here and here and here. Okay, it is in single line. If we want this type of thing, then we have to include this break. Okay, okay, here I equals to 1, it initialize j equals to 1 and print 1, and then it increment j to 2, still condition is true, print 1, then 3 print 1, then 4 it print 1, then 5 it print 1. Okay, and after seeing j equals to 6, condition is false. Now we come to this line, I equals to 2, then first it reinitialize j equals to 1 and print the I value. Okay, and then we till 5 it is printing 2, and after that we increment j, then we have again reinitialized j equals to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it print the value of I. And after that we have I equals to 4, then we reinitialize j from 1 to 5 and print the value of I. Okay, and after that we have end with I equals to 5, then we reinitialize I from 1 to 5 again and print the value of I, and after that our both loop is terminated. Now let's see how we can do in practical implementation. Now let's see how we can implement nested loop in JavaScript. So first of all, we have to create a for loop for declare a variable let a equals to 1, and after that we use a less than equals to 5, then semicolon, then a plus plus, and after that we provide curly bracket, then again we declare a for loop for with the variable let b equals to 1, and after that we use b less than equals to 5, then semicolon, then b plus plus, and after that we use curly bracket, and here we use document dot write, then provide I, not I, a, and then semicolon, and here we use document dot write and provide break. Let's save this and see the output. You can see that we discuss in our PowerPoint is similar. If we use here 0 and 0 here again, you can see it will run 6 times and it start from 0. You can clearly see 0, 1, 2, and you can provide any condition. What if we use here just undo, and here we use instead of A we use B, and let's say you can clearly see which I told you for every value of I1, this for loop of B is run 5 times. You can see 1, then 2, then 3, then 4 and 5. And after that it C break and come here to the next line, and after that it increment the value of A and then reinitialize the value of B again. Okay, if I use, instead of for loop I use while loop, you can see easily. For while loop we have to first use let A equals to 1, and after that we use while A less than condition providing condition 5, then curly bracket, then we use B as a variable where or let B equals to 1, and after that we use while B is less than equals to 5, and after that we use curly bracket, and here we use document.write A and then semicolon, and after that we use document.write br tag and then semicolon and save. Okay, here is the problem. Because I didn't increment this condition is true and our loop running infinite time. So a plus plus, eh, I forgot about this statement. Okay, a b, sorry, here we provide b plus plus, and here we provide a plus plus, and then save again. We have to just stop this and then run again. Okay, you can see our output is same. Now you can easily understand. First we declare variable a, and then we check the condition, and after checking condition we declare a variable b, and here we check the condition and print a. Okay, and after that we increment, then it check condition, increment, then check condition, then increment, then check. After 6 it terminate, this loop is terminate, and after that here you can see it see break and it come to the next line, then increment a, and here it check the condition, it is true, then it reinitialize the variable b equals to 1. So that's it for today's video. If you like this video, please subscribe my channel, share with your friend, and I will see you in the next video. Till then, bye bye. Okay. Now we are going to see an important method of JavaScript, which is nothing but for each loop. If you want to access these element individually, then you have to use for loop, and you use or print with the help of for loop, and in that way you have to declare variables and just do much more tasks. You can easily do that with the help of for each loop. Okay, just use a dot for each, or make sure whenever you use javascript function, it follow the camel case. After completing of one word, it start from capital letter. Okay, after that just provide round braces, and then if you want to give function out of the loop, this round braces you can do, and you can also provide function, and after that just round braces and curly bracket, and here you have to provide name to access name variable. To access this value you can give it any name. I just use name. After that I use document.write, and then I use name and then plus, then br tag. Okay, now let's say you can see we can easily, within 2 lines, we can easily access these element of array. Okay, if we want to use index number, or then we can just provide another variable. I just name it index, and here we use index plus plus. Now let's say, you can see our index value is also printed here. Here, if you want this function out of this round braces, you can just cut this out, and after that just have some space and paste it and give it a name. For example, I use name as loop, and here we provide loop. Okay, now let's save. You can see nothing is changed. Why? It is working fine. This is how you can use forEach loop. Now we are going to see foreign loop. Foreign loop is nothing but it is used to print the value of object. For example, if we have an object where a equals to name Tom and age 30 and country America. Okay, now if we want to print the detail of Tom, then we have to use document.write document.write, and after that we use a object name, and then we provide name, and after that we have to repeat this line and just use a dot age and then a dot country. Okay, now what if we can do this in a 2 line? If we have lot of data and we want to use or get the data of object, then how we can do that? We can do that with the help of foreign loop. We just use foreign loop and it will print all the data within 2 or 3 lines. Okay, for example, this is the syntax. For keyword is used, and after that we declare a variable where then it is store the value of object. For example, I choose I, and then we use in keyword, and after that we use object name. This is object name, and this is variable to store object value. Okay, now after that we just use curly bracket, and then we can use document.write, or you can also console, and here we provide an object name, then square bracket, and after that we provide variable I, and then it will print all these values, first Tom, then 30, then America. If we want to print this attribute name too, then we can use I, then concat, and after that we provide just separate with colon and plus, and then we use I. It will first print the attribute, first name, then this value, and in second line if we provide break, then it goes to the second line and print this age and this value, and after that in third line it print this country and the value of the country. This is how we can use for in loop in JavaScript. Now we will see how we can practically implement this. Okay. Now we are going to see how we can practically implement for in loop. First of all, I have this object with name obj, name Anwar, age 25, country India, email ID Anwar at 123 yahoo.com. Now let's see how we can print this with the help of for in loop. For that we have used for keyword, and after that round bracket, and then you declare a variable where key, because this property is called key and this is called the value. That's why I use key as a variable to better understand. Then we use in keyword, and after that we use obj, which is nothing but object name, and after that we provide curly bracket, and here we use document.write. If you want to use console.log, then it's also fine. Then write, and after that we provide object name obj, and then square bracket, and here we provide key, which is nothing but the variable that we declare in for in loop. Okay, and after that we have to just concat with br tag. Now let's say, you can see this value is printed within with the help of three lines. Just you can see, first is for loop, then we have document.write, and we close this. Okay, if you want to print this manually, you just write this first, then this, then this, then this take 4 lines of code, or if you have more, then it required more lines of code, and with the help of for loop you just use 3 lines. Okay, and after that if we want to print this key value, then we use just key, which is our variable, then concat, then again concat, just we use, and here we provide space, colon, and now let's save. You can see key value is also printed. This is how we can use for in loop in JavaScript to print object value. Discuss about array in JavaScript. Without further delay, let's start. First of all, an array is nothing but if we want to store multiple values in a single variable, we can do with the help of array. Okay, this is how we can declare an array. First we use var let or const, and after that provide the name, then equal sign, then providing the value. This is number data type. You can also store string, boolean, and any data type that we already discussed. Okay, now let's see how we can do that. Just first I remove this, and then I just use var arr and equal, and after that square bracket, and then 20 comma 30 comma 40. Okay, we have three values. We can print this value with the help of document dot write. Let's provide arr and save. Okay, you can see our value is printed. And what if we want to just only print 40 or 30 or 20? We can do with the help of indexing. In any array, we have index. Our index start from 0 and till goes to the length -1. For example, here we have 3 element in our array. So the last index would be 3 minus 1, which is 2. Okay, you can see if we use arr 0, and it print 20. If we change this 0 with 1 and save, you can see it is 30. If we use 2 and save, you can see it is 40. If we use 3, and it shows us undefined. Why? Because we didn't initialize any value to it, but we can use, for example, if I use 60 and save, you can see now our length is 4 and our last index is 3. You can clearly see. This is how indexing works. If we change this 60 with array type, for example, bro learner, and let's save, you can see we can store any data type. Here we provide true, for example, true, and here we provide null. Okay, let's save. You can see nothing is happened because it doesn't give any error. If we use 1, it shows us null. If we use 2, it shows us true, and we can also use any other value. Okay, what if we want to sum the all number value in our array? For example, 20, 40, 80, 80, then we have 70 and 100. Let's save, and after that we just declare a for loop for let I equals to 0. Why 0? Because our index start from 0. That's why we use 0. And then we use I less than arr dot length. Why length? We don't know how many value this variable store. We know, but if we want to enter from any user, then we don't know. That's why we use array dot length. This is our condition. Then I plus plus, and after that we provide curly bracket, and here first we declare a variable where sum equals to 0, some value which is 0. If we add sum equals to sum plus arr, then square bracket, and we provide I as an index. It start from 0, it indicate this value, then it is stored to our sum, then again it increment, its value is 1, then our 40 plus 20 is added, then so on. And after that, ending of this loop, we use document.write and then provide sum and then save. You can see 310 is printed. You can, if you sum this value, it is 310. If we change with 80, it is not 320. You can see. Another way to declare an array in JavaScript. In last video, we see how we can declare array with the help of providing value to it. We just use square bracket and then provide separate with commas. But what if we don't know the size of an array? Then we can use this method: variable name, then new keyword, then array, and after that we use round bracket. For example, here we can use new and then a array. If we want to initialize this value to our array, we can do just remove this and provide round braces, and here also remove this and provide round braces. Now let's save. You can see nothing is changed, but if we change this value to 10, you can see it is reflecting to our output. Okay, now let's remove this. This is how we can declare value inside this. Okay, what if now how we can initialize value to index 0, index 1, index 2, and so on. We can use arr name, then square bracket, and after that use the index. First is 0 index, then equal, then provide the value. For example, I provide 45, then semicolon, then arr, then again square bracket and 1, and after that you have to provide value. For example, 15. After that we can use arr again and square bracket, and after that index 2 equals to 20. We can provide 20. Okay, and after that we can print this value, and here we have to change this 4 to 3. Okay, now let's save. You can see this value is reflecting here. Or if you want to get this value from user, you can also do that. In my previous video, I told you how to get data from user. We can use a for loop for b equals to 0. Why? Because our index start from b. Our index start from 0. Then b less than 4. I want 4 value, and semicolon, then b plus plus, and after that we use prompt, and here I provide and enter the value of array. Okay, now we store this value where this value to our array arr index b equals to prompt. Now this value is stored to our array. Okay, now let's save. First I use 1 okay, 2 okay, 3 okay, and 4 okay, but it will show 3 value. Why? Because our output loop is running 3 times. That's why it shows us 3 value. If I change this 3 to 4, now let's say 2, for example, I change this to 3. You can see this is running for 4 time. Okay, now just I have to change this and save. Okay, it is running again and again. You can see if we not provide value, it is by default null. Okay, this is how you can declare a variable. Now if you want to initialize the size of array, there is 5 people who entering the value, then you can here provide the 5. Okay, now we are going to discuss about two-dimensional array. First of all, let's see what is one-dimensional array. We see how we can declare and use and print and get data from user. But we see what is one-dimensional array. For example, we declare a equals to 1, 2, 3. This is our one-dimensional array. Now 1 is not related to 2, 2 is not related to 3 in real life. For example, this is meaningless something, but in real life we have data like name, then age, then we have qualification, and so on. Okay, now we can declare this type of data in real life with the help of two-dimensional array. Okay, we can declare two-dimensional array with the help of var or let or const, and then provide the name a equals to, then we have square bracket, and after in next line we have again square bracket, and we have name like Ram, and then we have age 20 comma 20 comma qualification b com, and after that we have again close the round square bracket and separate with comma, and then we have Sita, and then we have comma and 21 age, and then we have BCom same course, and after that we have Shyam, Shyam, and age is 23, and course is BTech, or you can say engineer is as a qualification. And this is our last data, that's why we don't need to separate this with comma. just close this first square bracket. Okay, now our indexing start from here 0 1 then 2, and here we again have 0 1 2. This is our indexing of two-dimensional array. If we want to get the data from, we can use a, then we use a square bracket and 0, and if we want to name of RAM, then we again use 0, and it will show us the data of RAM. And if we want RAM age, then we use 1. If we want qualification, then we use 2. This is how we can get data. If we want to get data of Sita, then we use 1 here, and if we want to name, then use 0. And similarly 1 for age and 2 for qualification. And if we use here 3, 2 and 0 for name, 1 for here 1 for age, and 2 for qualification. This is how we can get data from our two-dimensional array. Okay, this is called 2D array. Okay, now we will see how we can practically implement this data in our VS Code. Now let's implement two-dimensional array in JavaScript. For that we have to just declare var arr and then equal, and after that square bracket, and then we have square bracket and name ram comma age is 20 comma qualification b com, and after that we have comma, then we have square bracket Sita, and then comma, then 21, then comma, then bcom, and after that we have comma, then we have square bracket sham comma 23 comma b check. Okay, this is our two-dimensional array, and now let's print this data with document.write. Here we provide arr and just save. You can see all data is printed but in a single line. If we want to print in separate line, we can use for loop for a equals to 0, because our index is start from 0, and we use a less than arr dot length. Length is a method that tell us the length of the array. If I use to print here after this document.write and then arr dot length, and let's save. Okay, here we have error, that's why it's not running. Just provide an a plus plus, and after that we have to provide document.write and paste here, and we have to use square bracket and a. Now let's save again. You can see the length of the array is 3. Here you can see this is, if I change the size of the array, I add more data. For example, I just copy this, copy and paste here. You can see this is now 4. We don't need to change manually. After using array.length, we don't need to count and give condition. It is simply get data from the length of array. Okay, this is how we can use array length. Okay, I just remove this, and then we can, you can see now again we have this type of data. And if I use br tag plus br tag, now let's save. You can see again we have comma separator here. If we want to remove this, then we have to use nested for loop for b equals to 0 and b less than arr. Then here we have to provide a and then dot length. It takes this length, first this length from here, and this length from here. Okay, now we have to separate with semicolon and p plus plus, and after that we just provide and move it here. Okay, we move it here, and if we use to save this, you can see this is repeating again and again. P. Now let's see. You can see our all data is printed, but related data is also printed in next line. That's why we remove this and provide only space. Now let's say, you can see we have to now provide break document dot write, and here we provide br tag. Now let's save. You can see this is how our two-dimensional array is printed in a efficient manner. How to delete and modify array element. So first of all, we have to declare an array where a equals to Tom name and then age 22, comma gender male. Okay, now after that we can modify Tom with Jerry with the help of index. Name is in 0 index, so we can use a in a square bracket and 0, and after that reinitialize the value of 0 index. Here we provide Jerry, and after that let's see. First here we see document dot write a, and let's save. You can see it is perfectly fine. Now after modification, let's document dot write after modify plus a, and let's save. You can see we have to use break first of all, br tag. Now let's save. You can see after modification we have this data. Okay, now what if I want to change age with 20? Now we use a and index number 1, then we provide value 20, and we can copy this again and paste here. Let's say, you can see now Jerry age is 20, before it is 22. Now after that, how we can delete the value of age? For example, we don't need age now, we can delete. For that we use delete keyword, delete, and then we provide a, then the index of a, which value we want to delete. For example, we want to delete male. Okay, now after that we delete and paste here the value. Now save. You can see our array is containing name and age, but it have comma. It means it is not releasing the memory, but it just wipe out the data. If I want to check, for example, check index 2 and save, you can see this is undefined. It means we didn't define the value, but it occupies the space. Now we are going to discuss about some of the basic array method, predefined method that is used in JavaScript. These are the some list of predefined method. Now let's see how we can use sort and reverse. First of all, we have to create an array where a equals to 10 square bracket. This is our array. Now we are going to use sort method. For that we have to use the name a. Then we have to use, for all method we have to use dot, and after that we use sort, and then we provide round braces and save. Now first print without sorting document dot write. Let's print a, and after that we have break plus pr tag, and then we have document dot write a plus pr tag. Here we have this. Okay, now let's save. You can see in first list we have Ali, then Ram, then Neha, then Vikas, which is according to our inserting order. And after sorting we have Ali, and after that we have Neha. After Ali, which is A, then we have next letter is N. Then we have Ram, and then we have Vikas. These are the name sorted with alphabetical order. Okay. Instead of name, if we have number, for example 12, 13, 90, 18, 76, and let's save. You can see this is our order which we insert the value, and this is after sorting, you can see. And after that we can use reverse method. Now again I use a dot reverse, and then provide round braces and save. You can see we have to just copy this also and paste. Now you can clearly see after sorting it reverses the string. This is the last element, that's why it is first, and this is the first, that's why it is in last, and after reversing the element of array. This is how you can use reverse and sort method of array in JavaScript. Now we are going to see push and pop method in array. First of all, what is push and what is pop? For pop, if we have this type of array that we already see in our last video, if I want to remove last element of this array, we use pop method. And if we want to add in the last another element, then we use push method. Now let's see how we can do that. First of all, you have to use a dot pop, and after that provide round braces, and then document dot write, and here you provide a plus pr tag. Now before that we have to see, for seeing difference we have to just copy this and paste before this. Okay, now I am saving this document. You can see here we have in first here we have four elements: Sanjay, Aman, Rahman and Karan. In the second after pop we have Sanjay, Aman and Rahman, not Karan. Karan is popped out. It is the last element, then it pop out from our array. Okay. Now let's add or push an element A. dot push, and after that we have to provide what we want to push. For example, I want to push Ram, and let's print this again. Let's say you can see Ram is added to our list at the end. This is removing element from the end, and this is adding element from the end. Pop is used to just remove the last element, and push is used to add the element at the last. You can also empty this string. For example, if I use this pop method again and again till the empty of this array. For example, I use pop, this will pop our Rahman, and then Aman, then Sanjay. Now if you see, now our array is now empty. Let's see. You can see it is still having array, but it doesn't contain any. It is not containing any value. That's why it is an empty array. And if we want to add other values like Ram, Sham, Sita and Gita, we can do that. For example, here I copy this and paste, paste, paste. Ram, Shyam, Sita and Gita. Now let's save. You can see, you can push any number of element and you can pop till the array is empty. Now we see shift and unshift method. In last video we see push and pop, and shift is just opposite of pop. Pop is used to delete the element from the last, and shift is used to remove the element from the first, and unshift is just opposite of push method. Push is used to add the element in the last, but unshift is used to add the element at the first. Now let's see. For example, I want to add some value like a dot shift. First of all, let's delete shift, and then after that we have to just copy this line and then paste. Now let's see what will happen. You can see Sanjay is removed from our list. Okay, and if we want to use a dot unshift, and then we have to provide the value unshift, and then we have to provide the value like Ramu, and let's say we have to just copy and paste again, and now let's say you can see Ramu is our first element of the array. This is how you can add or remove all the, you can, if you want to empty this string from the starting, you can do that. Just I want to remove two element, copy and paste. Let's say you can see two element is removed from our list, and if we want to add two element, we can do that. Just copy and paste here and provide Gita and save. You can clearly see this is how you can use shift and unshift method of JavaScript. Okay, now let's see how we can merge two array in a single array. For that we have to just provide for that we have to just use two methods. We can use concat or we can use join method. First of all, let's see how we can use concat method. For that we have to use two array. For example, we have var b equals to ram, not, first we have to provide square bracket, then ram comma shyam. Okay, and after that we can use a third variable var C equals to a dot concat b, and after that we have to print our variable c, and I just remove this and let's save. You can see that after this we have after first array we have Ram and Shyam, which is added to our variable c, which is an array type. Okay, now what if I want Ram and Shyam first and Sanjay Aman after that? Okay, we can do that. Just change a with b and b with a. It means that B is now concat with A. In previous it is A concat with B. That's why it is front. Now let's say you can see Ram, Shyam, ye Shyam, Shyam. Let's say okay. This is how you can see or change. If we want to concat a third array in this array C, we can do that where D equals to Kumar, Kumar and Amit, and after that we have to just separate with comma here D and C. You can see Kumar and Amit is also concat with our variable. Okay, after that even you can concat in a single variable too. Here I just remove and I just change this with the round braces. Okay, and here I use a dot concat, and let's save. We have to just use C instead of C, we have to use B variable. Oh, now let's see. You can see this is concat in a single line. We don't need another separate variable. Okay. Now after that, if we want, just undo. Okay. Now I just remove this variable and I just change this. And after that, if we want to join in a single variable, we just treated as this value as a single value, then we use join. For that we have to just use var d equals to c dot join, and after that code, in code we can provide space, and here we have to use c d, and let's say you can see this is now a single value, or you can even use here hyphen and separate with hyphen, and you can separate with backslash forward slash, let's say, and you can also use dollar. Okay, now if you want this in next line, you can also use br tag, let's say. You can see, but this is a single value, not a an array having Ram, Sham, Sanjay, Aman, Rahman. So this is how you can join two array or merge two array with the help of concat. If you want an array value, then you use concat. If you want single value, you can use join. Okay. Now we are going to discuss about slice and splice method in JavaScript. Slice and splice method in JavaScript. First of all, let's create a variable array type. Okay, where a equals to, for example, I have 1, comma 2, comma 3, comma 4. Okay, and after that, if I want 2 and 3 in a separate, if I want to extract 2 and 3 in a new array, we can do with the help of slice method. We use another variable where a b equals to a dot slice, and then we can provide starting index and comma end index. Okay. Now first let's see what is starting index. You know that our element start from 0 in array, then 1, then 2, then 3. If we want to include 2 and 3, then our starting index should be 1, and if we want to include 3, then our end index should be 3 or greater than the ending element, which is 3 in our case. Then it will give us 2 and 3 in our new array. Okay, this is slice. For slice, we use slice and starting, comma, ending. Okay, it include starting, but it exclude ending. Okay, now let's see splice method. Okay, for example, we use splice to insert data not in starting, not at the ending, at the mid of our array. Then we can use or anywhere in the array, not starting and ending. For starting and ending, we have push and unshift. Okay, push for last and unshift for starting. Okay, splice is used to uh, insert data in between. Okay, now let's see first what attribute should our splice method require. First of all, we have to use splice. Then we have to provide index where from we start, and after that we provide delete data. If we want to delete some data, then we provide number of data we want to delete. For example, if we want to delete one data, then we provide 1. If we don't want to delete, then we provide 0. Okay, and after that providing new values. Okay, now let's see how we can use in our example. Okay, for splice method, we don't need to declare any type of new variable. We can use a dot splice, and after that, if we want to insert after 3, we provide 2 index, and after that we don't want to delete data, then we provide 0. Then we can provide data, for example 5, 6, 9, and then we close this method. Now 5, 6 and 9 is inserted like that, 1, 2, 3, and then we have 5, 6, 9, then we have 4. This is how our index look like after splice. Now we are going to see how we can use slice and splice in practically. For example, if I want to extract Aman and Rahman from our array A, then we have to just first declare variable B, and then we have to provide a dot slice, and then we have to provide a starting. You know that this is 1 index, this is 0 index, this is 1, this is 2, and this is 3. Now our data extraction is start from 1 and goes till 4, which is 3, index number 3. Now our Aman and Rahman is stored to our new array B. Let's see how it will look like. Let's print B and save. You can see. If we want to include from Aman to end, we can just simply provide the starting index and let's save. You can see from Aman, Rahman and Karan is also stored to our new array. Okay, If you want to just include Aman, and you can provide 1 comma 2, and let's save. You can see, because it not include Rahman, because it is the ending index. Okay, now after that we can use splice method. For that we have to just use a dot splice, and after that we have to provide a starting index. For example, I want to store data from 2, and then comma. I don't want to delete any data, that's why I use 0. Then after that I use ram, comma, and let's say we have to just use a here, and now let's save again. You can see Sanjay, Aman, and after index 2 it is store Ram and Arham, and after that we have Karan. It is not replacing Karan, just shift the Karan from index number 3 to index number 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3 to 5. Okay, if we use 1 here, it will delete Karan. You can see it will delete Rahman. Okay, if we want to delete two data, then it will delete also Karan. Okay, if we want to delete one data, it is deleting from index number 2, 0, 1 and 2. This is 2, that's why it delete Rahman. Okay, now after that we can just use two data should be delete. Now let's say you can see Karan is also deleted. This is how you can use splice method and slice method. Now we are going to discuss about isArray function. IsArray method or function, you can say. IsArray is nothing but it is a function that is used to check whether you have whether you have an array or not. For example, if you have a variable like AB where B equals to 20. You know that B is numeric type, but if you want to check, if you don't know in some scenario or some circumstances, then you can check with the help of isArray function. First of all, we have to declare a variable var B, and after that we use array, and then we use dot is array, and after in round braces we provide a variable we will have to check. For example, I want to check a, and now let's save and use document dot write. It only have true or false. Any method that include is, it means it contain either true or false value. It is a boolean type. Okay, dot write, and after that we provide p. Now let's say you can see this is true. If I just commenting this and providing another var a equals to bro learner bro, and let's say you can see our variable b value is pro learner and it is false. Okay, now how we can use this true or false value in real scenario? For that we have to just cutting out this cut, and we have to just remove this, and just okay. After that we have to just provide if and condition, then paste, and after that we provide if it is true, then we enter to if block, and we provide document dot write here this. is an array, and if it is not in else block, we use else not an array. Not this is not an array. Now let's say you can see this is an array. If I change variable a, you know that providing where we can change or redeclare the variable value a equals to now 40, and let's save. You can see this is 40 now, and this is not an array. If I commenting out this and save, you can see this is an array. This is how you can use isArray method or function in JavaScript. Now we are going to discuss how we can search a particular element in JavaScript. For that we have two methods, indexOf, and lastIndexOf method. If you want to search for from starting, then you use indexOf. If you want to start from end, then you can use lastIndexOf. Okay, now let's see how we can do that. For example, if I want to search for Rahman, how we can do that? We just use a dot index of, and after that we provide the name here we provide Rahman. Okay, this is how we can use. For that we have to just store in a variable where b equals to this, and after that just we want to print this variable b. Okay, I just change this a with b and save. You can see our Rahman is on index 2, 0, 1 and 2. What if we have duplicate value? For example, I separate this comma and we have another Rahman. Okay, for that if we want to search from particular location, for example 0, 1, 2, then 3. If we want to start from 3, we can do that. Just provide 3 and it will show you index number 4. Now why? Because it start from this and come to the next, which is index number 4. Okay, now if we want to start from last index, then we just use index of last index of. Now let's say you can see from last it search. Okay, I just remove this. Okay, now I just use index last index of, and I want to search Rahman. Let's save. You can see it got Rahman at the index number 4. Why? Because it starts from here and it get the Rahman at the first attempt, and the index number is same, remains the same, 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Okay, if I want to start from current, then I just provide comma 3, and now let's save. You can see it show me the index number 2, which is true, 0, 1 and 2. After current is C Rahman. Okay, this is how you can search for an element. What if I want just to check for random value and just remove this? For example, I just check for 12. Okay, and save. You can see it provide -1 value, which is sign of not finding the search result. Okay, it means we are not getting 11. Okay, if I use same thing in index of, we have again same value, -1. Okay, this is how you can use index of and last index of. Okay, now we are going to see another method to search an element in an array. For example, if I want to just check Sanjay is present in our array or not, and I don't want index, just want to check. For that purpose we have includes method. For example, we have to declare a variable var and then b. After that we use equal, then we provide a dot includes, then after that we provide Sanjay sun. Okay, after that we provide semicolon, and then we have to just print it to see the result and paste. We have to just change b. Okay, now let's save. You can see true is printed. It means that it is a boolean type. It just check, and if it finds some match, it just give you true value, or else it will give you false value. For example, if I just use small case letter s and save, you can see it means it check the case sensitivity of the element also. In previous method also they are case sensitive. Okay, now if I just change s to capital S, now it is true. Okay, you can also check, and you can use this check method in if else condition. For example, just check for a specific user Sanjay, Aman, Rahman, Karan, and if it is true, then provide the result according to the user name. Okay, this is how you can search for a particular element. Okay, now we are going to see how we can use find and find index method. Okay, first of all, we have this type of array and we are printed this array. Okay, now after that we have to just use here, we have to use var b equals to a dot find, and after that we provide is adult, and after that we have to just declare this is adult, and then we have to provide age or as a parameter. After that we have semicolon, then here we have to use function keyword. Okay, now after that we have to provide return, and then age greater than or equals to 18 and semicolon. Now after that we have to print document.write, and then we have to provide p plus br tag for next line. Let's say you can see it compare this value, it is false because it is not a conditional statement, either true or false. Okay, if it is false, then this function is not going to return that value. Okay, first is false, second is false, third is false, and then 18, which is equal. That's why it returned that value. Okay, if I change here 19 and let's save, you can see it return 19. In first, it whether it find first statement or first element is true, then it return that element and not going to check other element. Okay, and after that let's just change this find with index, and after find we have to check with find index. Now let's see, it is working same, but it return the index value. Let's save. You can see it is 0. You know that array having starting index is 0, then 1, and this is passing the test. That's why it return this index number. If we change this with 9 and save, you can see now it is 3, 0, 1, 2, and 3. If I change with the 17, now let's say it return 4. Okay, this is how you can use find and find index in JavaScript. In last video, we see how we can use find and find index function. Okay, now in this video we are going to see if we want the all value that pass the condition in our new array, then how we can do that. We can do that with the help of filter function. Filter function. Okay, now let's see how we can do that. Just I remove this. Okay, and after that we use where p equals to a dot filter, and after that we have to again provide function is adult, and after that we have to just define this function is adult. Then we have to provide some parameter age, for example, and after that we provide curly bracket, and we just return. Then we have to return the condition, for example here age greater than or equals to 18. And what this function is do, it true the condition if first of all it encounter 9, and it check whether the condition is true or false. It is false, then it avoid this number, and then check 19 pass the condition, and it is stored in array B, and after that it keep checking till the end of the array element. Okay, now just save. For first of all we have to print this, and after that we save this. Okay, just paste, and we have to change a with B. Now let's save. You can see 19, 22 and 20 is stored in our new array and is printed. Okay, if I change this 17 to 18 and save, you can see this is now 4 element in our new array. Okay, if I decrease 20 to 2 and save, you can clearly see it working fine. Okay, now we are going to see an important method of JavaScript, which is nothing but for each loop. If you want to access these element individually, then you have to use for loop, and you use or print with the help of for loop, and in that way you have to declare variables and just do much more tasks. You can easily do that with the help of for each loop. Okay, just use a dot for each, or make sure whenever you use JavaScript function, it follow the camel case. After completing of one word, it start from capital letter. Okay, after that just provide round braces, and then if you want to give function out of the loop, this round braces you can do, and you can also provide function, and after that just round braces and curly bracket, and here you have to provide name to access name variable. To access this value you can give it any name. I just use name. After that I use document.write, and then I use name, and then plus, then br tag. Okay, now let's say you can see we can easily within 2 lines we can easily access these element of array. Okay, if we want to use index number, or then we can just provide another variable. I just name it index, and here we use index plus plus. Now let's say you can see our index value is also printed here. If you want this function out of this round braces, you can just cut this out, and after that just have some space and paste it and give it a name. For example, I use name as loop, and here we provide loop. Okay, now let's save. You can see nothing is changed. Why? It is working fine. This is how you can use forEach loop. In last video we see how we can use array in JavaScript. We declare an array where a equals to, then we provide name like Rahman, and then we provide age, then we provide city, which is Delhi. Okay, and after that we close this. Okay, but if someone which is don't know Rahman and Delhi, okay, what he considered Rahman as a name or place or something else. Okay, and also he don't know about Delhi. It is a city, name, word, or something else. So for better representation of data to store, we use object. Object is nothing but it is an advanced version of array to store data. For example, if we create an object, we use var similar as array, then provide variable name, and after that we instead of square bracket we use curly bracket. Then we here we have index number 0, 1, 2. But in object we directly provide property name, a name, and then colon, and after that we can provide name Rahman, Man. Okay, then close, and after that we have to separate with comma. This is property name and this is property value, and after that we use age as a property, then colon, then after that it is a numeric value, that's why we don't need to provide in double quote or single quote, just 22, and after that we use comma separator. Then we have city, then we colon and provide Delhi. After ending of data we don't need to provide comma, we just close this curly bracket. This is our object. We use object to store data or related data with property name and value, and in array we use value and store in a particular index. Okay, now we will see how we can use object in JavaScript. Okay, now we are going to use object. For that we have to just declare a variable var and then a, and after that equal, then curly bracket. Here I use name, fname. We can provide name according to our need, but we cannot separate with spaces. It may be in camel case, or you can use underscore, and you can also provide number, but you cannot separate with wide spaces. Okay, fname, then colon, and after that we provide the value. First is pro, then comma, then name, then colon, and after that learner, then comma, then age. Age is nothing but 20, then comma, then after that we have city, New Delhi, Delhi, New Delhi. Okay, okay. This is our object. Now we are going to try to print this in document.write. Just do that. Document.write, and after that we use a, and let's save. You can clearly see this is printing object and object. We in our earlier video we see if we are trying to print object in document.write, it print object and object, and now you can clearly see this is. But we can print in console. Okay, we use console dot log, and after that we use a. Console log is nothing but it is used to debug our code. If there is any problem and it's not show in here, then we can use console.log. Okay, now just here come to the browser and double click on it, click on inspect, and after that you see this is our console. If you want this in a this way, you can also do that. Okay, now just go to this. Here you can see it is now again printing object, but you can just open it. Here you can see age, then city, then first name, then last name. Okay, this is how you can use. But if I want some particular value, then we use just console dot log, and after that we provide a. If I want fname dot fname, just provide dot fname lname, it will show you the particular data. Okay, now let's see. You can see bro is printed. If I concat plus and then space, then plus again, and then a dot lname. Now let's say, you can see if I remove this, just use, and now say, you can see bro learner is printed. Okay, if I want this in our document.write, we can also do that, but we can use to print object value with the help of dot operator. I remove this. Okay, now I use document.write and just save. You can see this is printed here. Okay, okay, you can see if I want to use age, just I remove this a dot age. Now let's say if I want city, a dot city, let's say. Okay, in an object we can also include array. For example, if I have something like movies, and then colon, and after that we have array, list of array. For example, infinity war, comma, civil war, civil war, comma, winter soldier, winter soldier. Okay, now this is our array type. We can store in object, we can store arrays, we can also store object also. Now how we can get this array? We can just use a dot, and we provide the property name movies, and after that we just save. You can see Infinity War, Civil War, Winter Soldier is printed. If we want some particular data, then we can use square bracket and then provide 1. Let's say Civil War. If I use 2, let's say Winter Soldier. If I just use 1 and say 0 and save, you can see Infinity War. And if you add something here, and you can also print with a square bracket if you want particular data. Now after that we can also, I just remove this city and I use another object, living, and after that we use colon, and here after that we use, and here we provide first state, then colon, here Delhi, comma, city, colon, New Delhi, and after that we have country tree, we have India, and if you want continent you can also add. Okay, this is our object inside another object. Okay, now if I want to print the value of this object, we can use a dot living dot. If I want city, just use city and save. You can see if I want state, state, then we get state. If I want country, we get country. Okay, I something that I wanted to tell you is you can see all of this in this console which I printed here. You can see age, first name, last name, and we have living, which is an object. You can see the value. Open the movies. You can see zero index we have Infinity War. In one index we have Civil War. Then in two index number 2 we have Winter Soldier, and the length of the array is 3. And after that we have some other data also. Okay, like this just avoid this for now and just see this output. Okay, and after that we can also use function here. For example, I use salary, and here first we have to separate with comma, otherwise it give us error. Okay, salary colon, and after that we use function. Okay, function, and here after that we provide return 30,000 and save. You can see if I now open, you can see we have salary and it shows us F, which is indicating that we are using here it is function. Okay, if it is object then it shows us object. Okay, like this it in curly bracket. If it is an array then square bracket, and if it is a simple attribute or values then we have property name and then value. Okay, after that if we want to call this we just use simple a dot salary, and then it is a function that we have to use round bracket, and let's say you can see. Okay, this is how we can use an object, we can define value to it, and we can also use array in object, and we can also provide object inside an object, and we can also use function inside an object. Now we are going to see another way to declare object in JavaScript. For that we have to just use where, then the name of the object, for example a, and after that equal, then we have used new keyword, and then we use capital O, then object, and after that we use round bracket. This is how we declare a new object with name A. But what does it mean? In previous method we see we just use variable and we define as object and store values according to an object. But what if we don't know the value of an object to store? Then we just declare object, and after that we can store value to it. For example, first we provide a, then dot operator, and after that we name the property name. For example, f name, not f name. Okay, and after that we just define the value. For example, name is Ram, and after that just semicolon, then a dot l name and equals to Kumar, and after that we use a dot age equals to 30, and after that we use a dot email equals to ram kumar at the rate email gmail.com. Okay, now after that, if we want to print, you see, if we just use document.write, and after that we just use a, it shows us simply object. Okay, but if we don't want that, we just use, instead of document.write, we use console.log, and after that we provide a, and let's say, you can see here we have object, age, email id, fname, lname. It is in alphabetic order. Okay, and after that we can also print document.write, and after that we just use a dot fname, and let's save. You can see if we want lname, then we just save. If we want age, let's save. If we want email, and save. You can see there is another way to you to call the object value. To call object value, we have another way also. Just use a, then square bracket, and after that just use single quote and provide the property name. Then provide the property name, fname, and save. You can see Ram is printed. If you use lname, let's say, you can see it is completely working fine. This is how you can declare a new object with the help of new and then object keyword, and this is how you can provide value to it with the help of dot operator. Okay, and after that you can also see how we can print this value with the help of square bracket. Now we are going to see how we can create a list of objects in an array. In last video we see how we can use array in an object, but similarly we can use array, inside array we can declare object. For that we just use var, and after that variable name. For example, I choose student, and then we have to use equal, then square bracket. If I want to use multiple object to store, then we have to just enter and use curly bracket. Then we have name like Amit, comma roll, which is nothing but 1, and after that comma name, not name. I just copy and paste it 3 times. Okay, just copy, paste, and then paste here. I use 2, then 3, and here I change Harsh, Divisha. Okay, now this is a list of object inside an array. Now what if we want to print this value? We know that if we have multiple value of array, then we can use for loop. We use for, and after that a equals to 0, then a less than student dot length, not last length, and after that a plus plus. Now let's use document dot write, and here we provide student index a. If we save this, because this is an object, then it just shows us a object, Let's provide break here and let's save. You can see object, object, object. If you want to see this in console.log, and here we provide student and let's save. You can see we get all the value of array object. You can see if you scroll down and just expand this, you can see the value and the length of the array. Okay, now if we want to print in document.write, we just use dot then property name, which is name, and after that if we want roll number, just use plus and then space and plus then student a and then dot roll roll and let's save. You can see Amit, Harsh, Divisha is printed with their roll number. Okay, this is how you can store object inside an array, and this is how you can print or get the value of the array. In our starting videos, we see we cannot change the value of constant variable. For example, if I declare const a equals to like 400, and after that if I reinitialize the value of a to 200, and after that we want to print document.write or console.log, and then we use a, let's say you can see there is an error uncount type assignment to constant variable. It means we cannot reassign the value to a constant variable, but we in case of array, let's declare constant array const arr, and here we have values 20 comma 30 comma 40, and after that we have just if we reinitialize the value like arr and then equals to 12 comma 24 comma 36, and let's say you can see same error is here, but if we use like arr and then square bracket and zero index, and after that we use 12 and let's save. You can see error is gone, and if we use console.log and after that use arr and let's save, you can see now the value of 20 is changed to 12. If we similarly use arr and index number 1 and after that we use 24 and save, you can now see 30 is also changed with 24. If here we use arr 3 and then we use 36 or 36 and save, you can see all the value is oh sorry, here we have to provide index number 2. Now let's save. Okay, now you can see all the value of the array is changed, but one by one. We cannot directly change, but with the help of index number, we can change the value of array. And similarly, if we assign obj here equal, then we provide some name. Here we provide Shyam, Shyam, comma, age 30, and then we just use obj and save. You can see this is our object. What if we just use obj here, obj equal, and after that we just use same name and change the value. Here we use Ram and then comma, then age. Now age is 20, and after that let's save. You can see this is the same error. We cannot reinitialize the value of a constant object. Okay, now what if we use obj dot name equals to Ram now, and let's save. You can see name is changed. If we use obj dot age and then equal, and after that we use 20 and save. Sorry, here is the spelling mistake. Let's save. You can see age is also changed. This is how you can change the value of constant array and constant object, but you cannot change directly. Okay, now we are going to see foreign loop. Foreign loop is nothing but it is used to print the value of object. For example, if we have an object where a equals to name Tom and age 30 and country America. Okay, now if we want to print the detail of Tom, then we have to use document.write and after that we use a object name and then we provide name and after that we have to repeat this line and just use a dot age and then a dot country. Okay, now what if we can do this in a two line? If we have lot of data and we want to use or get the data of object, then how we can do that? We can do that with the help of foreign loop. We just use foreign loop and it will print all the data within two or three line. Okay, for example, this is the syntax. For keyword is used and after that we declare a variable where then it is stored the value of object. For example, I choose I and then we use in keyword and after that we use object name. This is object name and this is variable to store object value. Okay, now after that we just use curly bracket and then we can use document.write or you can also console and here we provide an object name then square bracket and after that we provide variable I and then it will print all these values first Tom then 30 then America. If we want to print this attribute name too then we can use I then concat and after that we provide just separate with colon and plus and then we use I. It will first print the attribute first name then this value and in second line if we provide break then it goes to the second line and print this age and this value and after that in third line it print this country and the value of the country. This is how we can use for in loop in JavaScript. Now we will see how we can practically implement this. Okay. Now we are going to see how we can practically implement foreign loop. First of all, I have this object with name obj, name Anwar, age 25, country India, email ID Anwar at 123@yahoo.com. Now let's see how we can print this with the help of foreign loop. For that we have used for keyword, and after that round bracket, and then we you declare a variable var key, because this property is called key and this is called the value. That's why I use key as a variable to better understand. Then we use in keyword, and after that we use obj, which is nothing but object name, and after that we provide curly bracket, and here we use document.write. If you want to use console.log, then it's also fine. Then write, and after that we provide object name obj, and then square bracket, and here we provide key, which is nothing but the variable that we declare in foreign loop. Okay, and after that we have to just concat with br tag. Now let's say, you can see this value is printed with the help of three lines. Just you can see, first is for loop, then we have document.write, and we close this. Okay, if you want to print this manually, you just write this first, then this, then this, then this take 4 lines of code, or if you have more, then it requires more lines of code, and with the help of for loop you just use 3 lines. Okay, and after that if we want to print this key value, then we use just key, which is our variable, then concat, then again concat, just we use, and here we provide space, colon, and now let's save. You can see key value is also printed. This is how we can use foreign loop in JavaScript to print object value. Discuss about form events in JavaScript. We already see key down, key press, key up in our previous video. If you want to watch that video, please find in I button. Okay, in this video we are start from focus. Okay, now this is the document which I am using. First of all, I have index.html, and after that we have script.js, and you can see we have form basic form event folder, and within this folder we have index.html and script.js. Okay, now after that we have to just provide the IDs to this element that we are using. First I provide the ID to my first name tag. Okay, now here I choose f name, and after that I just use an event on focus. You can provide any event with the help of inline event of HTML. You can just provide on, and after that the event name, and here we have to call a function focus function, and after that round braces. Okay, now here we call the function, and after that round braces, and after that we provide the curly bracket, and after that you can see we have to target this f name. So that's why we use document dot get element by id, and here we provide id name f name, and after that we provide the styling by default it is changing the border width and provide the black color. We just change the background color, style dot background equals to, we provide the color lime. Okay, and after that we provide semicolon, and now let's save. When I click here, you can see the color of this first name is changed with lime color, and when we provide the same function, when we provide the same event to the other input box,
then it will show the same behavior. For example, when I click here, you can see nothing is changed. Now I just copy this, copy, and I just paste here, paste, and here we have to provide this, and also here we provide this, and also in date of birth I provide function on focus and provide here this, and here also. For example, let's see it will work on button or not. Okay, now here I paste the function name, and after that we provide this. This is used call instant variable. For example, I choose here element. Okay, now it is unknown. I just remove this all because we targeting this here element. Okay, now after that let's save. Now when I click here, you can see the color is changed. It means it working fine. When I click here, you can see again it is working fine. When I click here, you can see when I click here it will gone. Why? Because when we click on refresh, it change the color, but it also refresh. You can see when I click here it work, when I click here it will work, when I click here. Or just look it carefully on submit button. When I click, change the color, and after that it refresh. Okay, so this is how it works. But when I click, it appear, but our focus is changed. First is first name, and after that last name, and after that on date. Not remove the background color. For that we have to call another function with name on blur. It is used to remove the focus. For example, I just name it blur function. For simplification, I just copy this and paste everywhere of the event, everywhere on the input tag. Okay, I just remove not using on submit button. Why? Because it is refresh and we will not see the changes. Okay, that's why I just remove the all event of submit button. Okay, now after that I just define the function. Here I just copy this function, and after that we have to provide, and here we have to just remove the color. Okay, now here we have to use element, and here also we will have to provide this keyword, this, and here again we have to provide this. Okay, now after that we have to provide one more here, this. Okay, now let's save. When I click here, you can see the color is not changed. Here you can see it will not appear. Why? Because there is a name error, because we are calling focus twice. That's why it first display the color and then remove the color. That's why here we have to use blur, because we provide the name blur. On blur event we provide blur function. Okay, now let's save. When I click here, you can see it will appear. When I click here, it will shift to this because the focus is changed. It will remove the background color. Okay, when I click here, you can see it will shift to this date input. Okay, after blur event we have input event. For that we have to create a div with id test, and after that I also provide the style. Here I provide border 1 pixel solid red, and after that I provide here a break. First let's save. You can see it is touched, so I just provide here break tag. Now let's save. You can see now it is clear. Now after that we have to call on input event. For that we have to just provide here, okay, we have to just provide here on input, and after that I just name it input function. Okay, now here I also provide this keyword, this, and I just copy this and paste in the another input field. Okay, and after that I just define the function on function input function, and after that I provide element here again, and after that curly bracket I use element dot value, and I have to store in a variable, so that I create a variable where a equals to this, and after that we target document dot get element by id, and here I provide the id name test, and after that we target inner html and equals to x. Now after that I just save this. Now here when I click, and after that I provide hi. Okay, here I have to change x with a. Now let's save. Here I provide hi, hello friend. You can see when I type it will just appear here. When I click here and I provide hi, how are you, you can see it will just give you the text. So this is how we can call focus, blur and input event in JavaScript. See change, select, submit and invalid event in JavaScript. Okay, now we'll see how we can practically implement change event in JavaScript. First of all, there's a similarity between input event and change event. When you type and it will just appear here, you can, I just remove and I just provide hello. You can see it is simultaneously running, but on change, when I just remove the focus, then it will appear. For example, I just create another div, I just copy this, I just copy and paste here, and after that I just provide the test one, and after that I just provide the color blue. Now let's save first of all. Okay, here I just provide a break pr tag. Now let's save. Okay, now it is fine. Now after that I just use in first input field, I just use the on input, and in second I just use on change in event. Okay, on change event, and here also I provide change function. Now I just copy this function and provide in here I just use element again, and after that I just provide where a equals to element dot value, and after that we use document dot get element by id, and after that I provide the id name test1, and after test1, and after that we provide inner html and equals to a, and after that we provide semicolon. Let's save. We have first input field, we have on input, and in second we have on change. First I just type hello on both of them. You can see it is simultaneously running. When I provide hello here also, hello, you can see nothing is changed. But when I just remove the focus, you can see hello is printed. And for example, if I provide here a predefined value, for example value equals to bro learner, for example I just provide another value here, value hi friend. Now let's save. You can see when I just remove focus, you can see nothing is printed. Okay, when I just provide some text here, you can see it will appear to our div. Okay, similarly here we have to provide something, and when I just remove the focus, you can see it will print it. Okay, now after that we have event select. Now select is used when we have some text. For example, we have this text, and here I just use on select. Okay, now after that we have to provide the function select function, and after that we have to provide this round bracket. Okay, now I just copy this, and here we provide the functionality in JavaScript. Function, here I use console.log, and after that I just provide you select some text. Now let's save. Here I open the console. Okay, now when I select some text, you can see it appear. When I select again, you can see, or when we provide the same function here, I just copy this and provide here also. Now when I just refresh, when I select here, you can see when I select here, it will appear twice. Okay, this is how select work. When you can use this event in any text area, any input field. Okay, now after that we have submit function. For submit we have to provide it on the form. Okay, we have to just provide on submit, and after that we provide the function name submit. Okay, now after that we have to provide the submit here. Okay, now here I just use alert, and after that we provide text your form is successfully submitted. Now let's save. Here you can see we have button. When I click here, you can see your form is successfully submitted. Okay, when you provide console, by default it is refreshes. When you click submit, it refresh the browser. For example, when I just click, you can see, okay, here you can see we have in console you selected some text. Okay, when I click here, you can see it hold for the alert, but when I click here, you can see the console is gone, the text on console is gone. Okay, so that we have to provide alert. Okay, now after that we have invalid. Okay, for example, if we provide here, this is a first name input field, and here I provide, and here I provide required, and after that let's save. When I click on submit, you can see it is a inbuilt feature of it is an inbuilt feature of HTML5 which tell us that we have to provide some value because it is a required field. And after that, if I don't want this yellow pop-up, I just want to just show an alert box, then we provide here on invalid, and after that we can provide the function, or we can directly provide here alert, and after that round braces, and here we have to provide in single quote because we already take double quote. Okay, here we provide please enter the first name. Now after that we save. Now when I try to submit, you can see it shows us please enter the first name. Okay, I just provide the type to our first name. Okay, here I provide the type email. When I just submit, you can see it will tell us that it is a required field, and if I provide some name hello and so on, like something a random text, and when I try to submit this, it will shows us we have to provide @. When I provide @ and then submit, it will show us that we have to provide the .com, something like xyz.com. Now after that we can submit this. You can see this pop up because we provide this alert box on submit event. You can clearly see. Okay, now if we want to provide on invalid, and here we have to provide please enter a correct email ID. Now let's save. When I submit, you can see the pop-up. When I provide this and after that I submit, you can see I successfully submit the form.
Now we are going to start string. String. What is a string? String is a nothing but it is a data type where we define any word or list of word in a single variable. For example, if you create var and after that you declare a variable name, for example a, and after that you provide code. If you want to declare a string data type, then you have to provide single or double quote. For example, I take double quote, and after that provide like java script is a scripting language. Okay, and after that we have to close this with the help of double quote, and then we provide semicolon. This is called string. Here we have first word, second word, third word, fourth word, and fifth word. But our indexing of string is start from 0. Then here we have to count the each letter 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then we count this white space also 10, 11, 11, 12, 13, 14, and so on. Okay, this is our string. Okay, if you want to declare like a number, for example, a equals to 30, it is a numeric value, but it is in the code. That's why it is treated as a string. Okay, now after this, we just talk about some predefined function or method of string. The first is length. It is similar of that we use in case of array. Okay. Now after that this is a property. It means it does not require any length, does not require any round bracket. Okay. And other than this, all are function or method. Okay. Now we are going to see how we can practically implement predefined string function. First of all, let's see length, where b equals to str dot length. It is a property, that's why we don't need to close with this round bracket. And after that, we have to print this. Just document dot try. And after that we just provide b, and let's say you can see we have here, we have to just remove this. Now let's say you can see we have 41 character. Okay, if you want to count, you can find this is 41. If I just remove from here, not from here, okay, I just remove, and let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, because it also count white spaces. 11, 12, 13. Now let's save. You can see it is 13. If you want to count the length of the string, then you have length property. Okay. After length property, then we have two uppercase, which is used to capitalize all the letter. Now let's see. Okay, and we have reverse of it, just we use to lower case, and after that we have to provide round braces because it is a function. Okay, now let's save. You can see we have j here capital in capital letter, j is in capital letter, p is a capital letter, and l, but you can see we don't have any capital letter. If you want to just capitalize all the letter in the string, then it will also return this result only. Okay, after lowercase we have includes function, which is used to check whether a word is present in this string or not. For example, I want to check is letter, just use is, and let's say you can see it provides us true because we have is. If we just use is as a I capital, and let's say, now it will return false. Why? Because it is a case sensitive function. If you provide the word exactly it is, then it will return true. Otherwise, it return false. You can see if I just use lowercase and save, you can see. You can even find, for example, this age. If you want to search for this, let's copy and paste here. You can see it's written true. And after that, after include, we have start with and ends with. Okay, and the start with is used to check which word is starting word of the string. For example, we have JavaScript as a starting, then start with, and after that we provide in code Java. Let's say you can see nothing is changed. Why? Because it is true. It finds Java. If we provide any other than Java, like script first, and let's save, you can see it is written false. Why? Because it is not a starting word. If we provide Java here and then save, you can see it written true. If I copy whole from starting and paste here, it will return us true. You can see if I say nothing is happened, but if I remove this, it will also return true. But if I change L with small l, let's say it return false because it is again a case sensitive function. Okay. After starting with, we have just opposite of it, which is end with. Let's say copy and save. You can see it return true because this is the end word. Okay. If we just remove lan then save, you can see it will return true because it is our end character. Okay, now just use full stop and let's say you can see because of this dot it is now different from this string, that's why it returned false. If after providing full stop, let's say, you can see it returned true. Now let's undo this, and after that we have another function which is search. If you want to search a word from a string, for example, not starting any word in this string or any character in this string, you can use search, and after that provide that word. For example, I want s is. Now let's save. It will return index of that word. Now you can count, it is 10, and after that we have 11, and this is the index of is. Okay, if you provide a, then it will just count. Let's say because it find a here also, that's why it return a as a first index. Okay, you can see if we have single a, we cannot search for it. If we provide n, now just here we provide n and let's save, you can see it is written 14 index. Okay, and if you find for something that is not present, for example like abc and let's save, you can see it written -1. It means it is unable to find this word. Okay, because it not the string is not containing abc, that's why it written -1. Whenever you find something that is not present in the string, then it will return -1. If you just use case sensitivity, like you provide G but in small letter, you can see it again provide -1 because it is also a case sensitive function. Okay, after search we have match function. Match function does one thing that is different from search. It store in an array and then it return the array. For example, if we want match here, and after that we provide, for example, we want to search for is, here we provide backslash and g, here we provide is. For example, in match function we provide regular expression. Okay, and this g is stand for globally, means search for is in this entire string. Okay, we have is one time, if we provide here is, and now let's see, you can see is written two times. If we find a, for example a, and let's say, you can see we have 6 times a. You can see a a. Okay, this is 6 times, that's why it's written 6 times. If you want that type, if you want to know how many times a character or string, a, if you want to know a character or a word is how many times appear in this string, then you can use match function. Okay, now after that we have index of. Index of is nothing but It is like if you want to search for something, some word like is index of. Okay, now if you want to search for is, just provide is and let's say it will return us the index of this character. Okay, we want a, it will return index 1. Let's say you can see. Okay, if you want L in this, it will return -1 because it will not find any L other than this which is capital. So that's why it is not matching with small l. If we provide L, let's say, you can see it return 36. It is the first L which encounter here. Okay, now after that we have last index of, which is just opposite of index of. It start from here, but return the same index number. For example, if you want to search for Java, let's say, you can see it will return us 0 index. Why? Because it is in 0 index. If we find is, because we have two ways, then it will return this index. Why? Because it start from here and our index of is start from here. Okay, now let's say, you can see it return 33. Okay, now we are going to use replace function. Replace function, and after that we provide here java javascript, and it is replaced by python. And let's say, you can see here we have JavaScript is a good programming language. Now here we see Python is a good programming language. Okay, for now we have another example. For example, I want to change is with R, but in this case we have two A is here. Okay, you can see we have is here and here. Now let's see which is removed and replaced by R. Okay, you can see first is replaced with R, but second is as it is. For that we have to use backslash, and here I remove this and backslash, and after that we provide G globally. Is searched by this replace function in entire string, and after that it will replace by R. Now let's say, you can see now is replaced with R. After that, after replace, we have trim function. Now for trim we have to I just remove this. Okay, now if we have white spaces, I just commenting this, and if we have at the starting of this string, we have white spaces. At the end also we have white spaces. Now let's see, you can see it is removed. Now let's use str. Now let's see, you can see these white spaces or extra spaces is removed from browser by default, but we have to see this, so that we use alert. Now just remove, use alert, and let's see, you can see we have now extra white spaces here. If I just use more a little bit more, now let's say, you can see we have white spaces. Now after that I just uncomment this, and here we use trim function, and after that we provide just round bracket without any parameter. Did not require it does not require any parameter. Okay, now let's say, you can see we have to just change this with B. Okay, just here you use okay, and now let's say, you can see white space is removed. Okay, just think about where we use this trim function. when you create a login form and sometime user by default or without knowing they use white spaces, then this function is used to remove this back white spaces from the starting and the end of the string. Okay, now we are going to see add. Okay, this function is used to return the character of an index. For example, if I use 5 and let's save, it will return the 5 index character. This is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. C is 5, and it will return 5. It will return C. Okay, now if I choose 0 here, you can see it return J. Okay, and if we just provide some 120, now let's save, it will return nothing because it is not in our string. Okay, now after that we have character code add. For that you have to first understand the sky code. Here we have this table, you can also download from internet, and we have this is our special character or letter or digit that we have in our keyboard, and this is the sky value. For you can see 0 to 9 we have sky value 48 to 57. For capital A to capital Z we have 65 to 90, and for small we have 97 to Z, which is 122, and you can find for other. Now we have to just provide. Now let's just use character code add, and for providing any function in JavaScript, just follow the camel case rule. You have to just first character of the first word is small, then after ending of first word, second word character is in camel, or you can say capitalize, and after that we have same capitalized word. If I use the, then we have used T, and then he is in small, something like this is an example. Now after that we provide a, sorry, we provide 0. Now let's say you can see j is in the 0 index and the sky value of j is 74. If we use 1 and let's save, you can see 97, which we saw in our sky table. The character code of a is 97. If we provide 6 and let's save, you can see it will provide 118. Okay, now after character code add, we have from from char code, and after that we just remove this str. It does not require any string, we just use strings here, and we just commenting this. Now after that we provide any value. For example, I provide 2 and let's save. It will return some random character that we present at the index 2 of sky table. For example, if I provide 97, now let's save, it will return a. If we provide 48, it will return 0. And if we provide 65, which is the capital character A, okay, we provide the character code and it will return the character. Okay, now we see concat function. For that we have to just declare some variable string type str2 equals to hello, and after that we use concat var a equals to str dot concat, and then in bracket we provide str2 to concat this, and after that we use document dot write, and here we provide a. Now let's see, you can see hello is concat with this string. JavaScript is a good programming language. After that, we provide third variable hello India, and now we have to just separate with comma and provide str3. Now let's see. You can see hello India is also concat with this string. Okay, you can provide many more with comma separator. Okay, now after that we have a split function. For that I just remove this. Okay, and here I just remove this also. Now we use split function. For that we have to just use str and then dot then split function, and here we provide from where we have to split the string. For example, we can choose any character. For example, if I choose a, and after that I just print this document dot write, and here we provide a. Now let's see. You can see whenever it see a, it split the string. Okay, and if you provide white space, then it will split the after white space, you can see, and it will store the value of this split. For example, JavaScript is in a array. Okay, after split we have another function repeat. Okay, for that we just use str repeat, and here we provide how many times we want to repeat this string. For example, I want 5 times. Now let's save. You can see this is repeated 5 times. Okay, if you want 100 times, you can also do that. Okay, now let's save. You can see it will repeat 100 times. Okay, now after that we have slice function. Slice function is nothing but we already use in our array video series. Now we see in string how it will look like. Okay, I just use str then slice, and after that we provide from where we start. It is from index 0. Okay, if I want from 0 1 2 3, from 3 to 9. Okay, now let's save. You see from a it will split till the t, because t is the 10th index, that's why it not include t. Okay, and you can also use any value, any number of from where you want to split it. Okay, now after that we have sub str. Now here we have only the difference, it will include the last index also. Here we provide 3 comma 9. Now let's save. You can see it include till I. Here you can count from a 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. You can see it will include 9 characters. It means this is the number of character and this is the index value. If I provide 15, it includes 15 character. Now let's save. You can see 0 1 sorry 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15. Okay, you can count. Okay, now after that we have substring. Substring is similar to our slice function. Okay, substring is similar to our slice function. It will just skip the, it is the ending part and it is the starting part. For example, I use 9, and now let's see. You can see if I use here slice, there is no difference. Slice. Now let's save. You can see nothing will change. If I just undo this and save, for example, here we provide 20. Now let's save, and here I also use slice. Now let's say, you can see nothing is changed because those are working same. Okay. Now after that we have to string. It is used to convert any value to string type. For example, if I just commenting this and after that I just use str where str, here we provide 400. Okay, now after that I use str dot to string. Now after that we have to just use a plus a plus 400. Now if it is a normal variable or number variable, it will return 800. Now let's see, it will return 400 400. It means it is treated as like a string. For example, if I just remove this and here I provide str now let's say, you can see it will return 800. Okay, now we are going to discuss about number function in JavaScript. Our first function is number. It is used to convert any string that having value into a number, and the same way pass into the same, but it give you a better result than a number function. And after that we have parse float. It is used to convert any string float value into a float number. Okay, and after that is finite is a boolean type. It will return you true if it is a finite value, and it will return us false when it is an infinite number, or it is a string, or it is boolean, any other type than a number, then it return false. And after that we have is integer. When you want to check any number that is integer or not, then we use isInteger function. It is again a boolean type. And after that to fix. For for example, you are having a number like 9.763 and you want two decimal value, then you provide two fix fixed and here you provide 2, then it will give you a result 9.76. Okay, after that we have to precision. For example, if you want to round up till 2 digit, okay, then you provide 2 precision, and after that you provide 2. In previous example of fix you get 3 digit. In this example you get 9.8. It round off. If a number is greater than 5, then it round off into, it give us carry to next number 1 n. Okay, and if it is less than 5, then we just give it as 0 and no carry is added. Okay, now we will see how we can practically implement this. Okay, now we are going to see how we practically implement number function in JavaScript. For that we have to just declare a variable var str, and after that we provide some value, for example 315, and after that we use var a equals to number function, and here we provide in round bracket str, and it will convert our string value into a number or numeric value. Then we print document.write, and after that we use a and plus. If we use a string, it concatenate the number, but if we use a number, then it add the number. For example, I use 15. Now let's save. You can see 330 is printed. What if I use here str, which is a string type? Now let's save. You can see 350 and it is concatenated with 50. Okay, now I just undo, and after that we have parse int value. But first of all, there is a difference between okay, now there is a difference between parse int and number. Number convert this into, like I use, now let's save. You can see it will shows us decimal point value 2. But if I provide here space and provide some value, for example, now let's say it shows us not a number. But if we use here parse int and save, it pick the first value that is an integer. If here I provide some 23 and let's save, you can see it pick the integer value only and leave the decimal points. Okay, now similarly we can use parse float. Yes, parse float, and after that you can see it will pick the decimal value or even an integer value. Now let's see, you can see. Okay, after that we have another function which is finite. Is finite is used to check whether a number is finite or not. In case of any number it is finite, or in case of any character, boolean, or something else, it is infinite. We have to use for finite we use number, then dot is finite. Here we provide in round bracket str. Now let's save. You can see it is false. Why? Because it is an integer and here is a space. That's why it return as false. If I save here now, it will again return false. Why? Because it is a string type. If I remove this and now I give any value, now let's save, it return true. If I use some decimal point here, now let's say it is true. If I use here in for infinity, now let's say you can see infinity is not finite, that's why it returns as false. Or if you provide here true, false, any boolean value, it will return still false. Okay. Now after that we have another function which is integer. It is used to check any It is used to check whether a number is integer or not, whether a given variable is integer or not. For okay, after is finite, we have is integer. Now let's see. Here we provide str. After that, if we use here some 400 in quotes like string, it returns as false. If we use here 400, now it is an integer. Now let's save. You can see if I here provide point, after saving you can see it will return true. But here if I provide 1, 2, now let's save, it will return as false. Why? Because it is not an integer. Okay. Now after that, if you are providing here any value other than integer, it will return false. You can see. Okay. After that we have two fixed value. If I have number like 1200.3467, okay, this is our number, and here I use str dot to fix. Okay, now I use to fix to. Okay, now to fix is a function that is round off the number. If I want two decimal point, I here provide 2. Now after 1200 we got 3 and 5. You can see. Okay. If I here use 5 and let's provide 1, you can see now it is 4. 1200.4. Okay. This is how it works. Similarly, we have to precision. To precision. Okay, if here I provide 1, it means it take only one character. You can see 1. Okay, then it convert other number into 10 to the power. If here I provide like 2.5678, and now let's save. You can see similarly okay, if I provide this, after that we have 2. Okay, now it will give me only two numbers. Let's save. You can see it round off the entire this point and give us 2-digit value. If we provide 3, it will return 3-digit in decimal point. Okay, if we provide 4, it will give us 4-digit. You can see after we have total 4-digit. This is how precision, fix, and number function work in JavaScript. Now we are going to see date function in JavaScript. First of all, we have two type of date method. First, here you can see get, and another is set, and this is used to print the date in string format. Okay, now get is used to print or get date, means get the value of the date. Okay, and set is used to set the date. You can okay, we can set the date with the help of set method and get or print the date with the help of get method. Okay, now we will see how we can practically implement these functions. Okay, now we are going to practically implement date function. Okay, for that we have to just declare var, give any name, now equals to, here we use new keyword, and after that date. We declare date type, that's why we use this date function. Okay, now after that we can directly print now to see the detail of all that now date. Let's do that. Document dot write, and it is a client side language. JavaScript is a client side language, that's why it not pick the date from server, it pick from our local machine. Now we use now, and let's save. You can see today is Tuesday and November is the current month, and 15 is the today's date, and we have 2022. Okay, now after that this is the current time and this is the locational. You can understand if you know in your mobile phone also you can see this type of thing. Okay, now after that we have function to date string. Now we use to date string in a new variable. For example, var a equals to now dot to date string, and after that we have to provide this, and now we print a. Let's say you can see today is Tuesday. Now it is much more readable form. Okay, now after that we have get full year. After that we have get full year, we can use here, and after that we get the full year. If we want full month, we just provide get month, and let's save. You can see this is the 11th month, but in JavaScript our month start from 0. January is 0 and February is 1 and so on. That's why if this month is December, it will print 11. Okay, now after that we have get day. Okay, just we have to use camel case date. Let's say today is 15. Okay, now after that we have get day. Now let's say you can see today is Tuesday and it print 2 because it start from Sunday, and take Sunday as a 0, and then Monday is 1, Tuesday is 2. Okay, now after that we have the function get month, get day, get hour and second. We can also do that, get hour, get hour. Now let's save. You can see the current time of my machine is 1:33. That's why it print 13. And after that we have get minute. Now let's save. It is 33 now. Okay. Now after that we have get second. In second, let's say first. This is 41 second. If I refresh, it will give you each second, it will change its value. Okay. After that, we have milliseconds. And let's save. You can see if I refresh, it will give you millisecond value. Okay. After get method, we have set method. For that, we directly use now and then dot and set, and after that date. And here we provide, if I want to know which day is on 13. Now let's save. It is the past time. It will tell you that 13 was Sunday, and this will the time, and it take the current time. Okay, this is the current time. And after set date we have set full year. Full year. Here I provide 2024. Now let's say, you can see, now you can see Friday November 15 is 2024 current date in 2 year after. If I want 2020, 2020, now let's say it was Sunday on 15th of November on 2020. Okay. Similarly, you can set. Okay. And after that year, we have set month. Set month. And here we provide any month you can, but just make sure if you want to fourth month, then you provide 3. Now let's say, you can see April is the fourth month, but it shows us in the 3 index. Okay. Friday, April, this was the day and time. Okay. After month, we have set hour. We can similarly set the hour. For example, now we can set hour, just provide set hours and provide the time you want. For example, if I want for 16, let's say it will give us 16. If I provide 23, it is at the night time. Okay. Similarly, you can provide minute, second. Okay. Similarly, you can set hour, minute, seconds. Okay. Now we are going to discuss about math function in JavaScript. First of all, we have this sum of math function that we can use in JavaScript. First is ceil, then floor, roundoff, trunc, max, min, sqrt, cube, square root, cube root, power function. Then we have random function. Then we have absolute function abs, and then we have property pi. Okay. Now first of all, let's see what is ceil. When you provide, we have to just follow with math dot, and here we provide ceil. And after that, if you provide any number like 3.1, it will round it up into 4. Any value in point here, any value in point, it will give you the maximum possible value. If you provide floor 3.9, and it will give you the lowest possible value of this, which is 3. You can see here we provide 3.1, it will give you 4, and here we provide 3.9, it will give you 3. Okay. Now after that we have round function is similar of math round. If in point value we have greater than 5, it rounded with carry 1. For example, if you have 4.6 and this 6 is rounded up into giving a carry here, which is 5, it will give you 5 value. Okay. Similarly, if you have 4.4, then it will round it up to 0, it will give you 0 carry, it means it is 4 only. Okay. Similarly, we have trunk. Trunk is used to remove the decimal points. For example, you have 3.456 any value. It will give you 3 only. And if you have 3.679, then it will give you again, 3. Okay. Now after that we have maximum and minimum function. For that we have to just use max first of all, and here we provide some value 29, 8, 15, 38, 4, so on. Okay, in this value we have the maximum number is 38. It will give you 38. And similarly, if we provide here minimum function, min, then it will give you the minimum value that is present in this list, which is 4. It will give you 4. Okay. Now after that we have square root and cube root. For that we have to first understand square. What is square? If we multiply 1 into 1, it will give us 1. And the square root of 1 is 1. For example, and after that we have 2 into 2, it will give us 4, and the square root of 4 is 2. Okay, now similarly we have 3 into 3, which is 9, and the square root of 9 is 3. Okay, if we provide sqrt, and here we provide like 25, then it is 5 into 5, which is 25. Now the square root of 25 is 5. It will give us 5. Okay. Now similarly we have cube root. For that we have to know 1 into 1 into 1. This is the cube of 1 is 1. And then we have 2 into 2 into 2. It will give us 8. Okay. If we provide 3 into 3 into 3, it will give us 27. Now, the cube root of 1 is 1, and cube root of 8 is 2, and the cube root of 27 is 3. Okay, if we provide CBRT, and here we provide like 512, then it will give us 8, because 8 into 8 into 8 give us 512. Okay, you can check. And after that we have power function. Now power function is nothing but when you provide something like 2 power 3, or we can say that x is base and y is exponent. It is a math function, so you need to know some basic math characteristics. This is base, this is exponent. Okay, now after that if we provide something 4 comma 3, okay, here we provide power function, and it will give us 4 into 4 into 4 3 times, and the answer of this is, it will give us 64, because 4 into 4 is 16, 16 into 4 is 64. Okay, now after that we have random function. It will give us by default in point value 0 point any random value that it pick. Okay, and after that we have absolute value. The absolute means it will give us, if we provide minus 129.8 ABS, it will give us 129.8. It removes the negativity of any number. And after that we have pi. Pi give us the value of pi. By default it is 3.14, and so on. Okay, we know that the value of pi is 22 by 7. If you can calculate this, it will give you exact value. Okay, now let's see how we can practically implement these functions in JavaScript. Okay, now we are going to practically implement math function in JavaScript. For that we have to just declare var a equals to some value 34.33, and after that we use where p equals to math dot seal, and here we provide a, and after that we print this value document dot write, and here we provide p. Now let's say you can see it will round it up into 35. If I just remove here 3, it is not affecting this. Okay, now let's say you can see, and after that we have floor function. Floor, we have to just provide floor, and after that if I just provide 9 here, now let's say you can see it will give us 34. You can provide any value 99.999, and now let's save. It will give you only the minimum possible value, and after that we have trunk function. We have to provide trunk. Trunk will remove all the point values and give you the only integer value. Now let's say you can see if I provide here anything 24.67, now let's save. You can see it will give us 24 if we provide 1 here, and let's save. You can see nothing will change, nothing is changed. For that we can directly provide here, just I commenting this, and here we provide max, and after that we provide values like 12 comma 45 comma 9 comma 8 7 comma 3 3. Now let's say you can see the maximum value here we have 87. It will give us 87, and similarly we can provide min function, min, and after that we just save. It will give us 9. Okay, now after that we have sqrt. For that we have to just remove this, and here I provide sqrt, and here you provide any square value, square of any number. For example, I provide 12 square 144. Now let's save. You can see if I provide 169, it will give us 13. If we provide 400, now let's say it will give us 20. Okay. Similarly, we have cube root, cbrt. Okay. Now after that, if we provide here like 8, let's save, it will give us 2. If we provide 27, it will give us 3. Similarly, we can provide 512. Now let's see. It will give us 8. If we provide something like 400, it will give us in point value. You can clearly see. Similarly, you can do that in square root also. Okay. Now after that we have, let's see what we have next. We have power function, which is exponential function. For that we have to just remove this and provide POW, and after that we provide first base. For example, I provide 2 base, and here I provide 2 to the power 5. Now let's save it. It will give us 30. If you provide just double of 32 is 64, just provide 6 and it will give you 2. Here I provide 2 into 2 into 2 into 2 into 2. This is 2 to the 4, 4 to the 8, 8 to the 16, 16 to the 32. If you provide one time more, it will just double the number. Okay, I just remove it, and after that we have random function. Okay, for random function we have to just use here. If we provide random and provide any value, it will generate a random value each time we refresh. Let's say it will give this. If I refresh, you can see value is changed randomly. Okay, now this is in the range of 0 to 1. What if I want 1 to 10? Then we have to just provide here multiply with 10, and here provide bracket, and after that we provide math dot seal, and then save. It will give us the maximum value of this function generated by. Now just refresh. It will give us refresh. It will give us okay. And if you want from 1 to 100, then multiply with 100. Now let's save. It will give us value from 1 to 100. Okay, you can see. Okay, now after that we have absolute value. For that we have to just provide math.abs, and here we provide any value in negative, for example 65.98. Now let's save. It will give us the positive value only, absolute value of this. You can provide any value. It will remove the minus. If you provide positive, it not affect this number. Okay, you can see. Okay, this is like we have here in math, and we provide some value in negative, it give us absolute value. It is something like that. Okay, now after that we have pi function. It give us pi. If you want to calculate the area of circle, then you can provide this value. For example, we have radius r, where r equals to 14, and then we have to just calculate the area, and after that we use r into r, or you can provide math function here also. Just we use multiply, and after that we provide pi. Now let's save. We have to provide here area. Now let's save. Now you can see this will give us the area of the circle which having 14 centimeter radius. Okay, if you want to round off this value, just use here, just use if you want to round off this value, just use math dot round off. Now let's see. It will give the round off value of this circle. Okay. To start DOM in JavaScript. Okay. Now this is the formal definition. The full form of DOM is nothing but document object model, and it is used to add, delete, change and manipulate the content of HTML and CSS. Okay, it is nothing but it is used to just target the element of the HTML tag and also change and update the CSS of that element. Okay. Now, after that, we have some method to target our DOM. This is used to target by default all, and after that we can have this is to use in index format, and after that we can use document.element to get the element. If we want a head tag, then we use document.head, and if we want to know the title of the document, then we use title, and if we want to know the all tag of the HTML of body, then we use document.body. And similarly, want to know how many images, how many anchor tag, links, forms, and this is the starting of HTML5. That's why we provide exclamation mark doc type html. Okay, so it will tell you that, and after that we want to know the URL of the document, then we use document.url in uppercase, and if we want to know the base URI, then we can, it is similar like URL. Okay, it will return you like URL. Okay, now after that, if we want to know the domain of that web page, then we can use document.domain. Now after that, we discuss about most useful method to target DOM. Okay, now the first one is to get element by ID. Here we can provide the ID name of our tag. For example, if I have h1 tag here and I provide class, sorry, not class, here I provide ID equals to heading. Okay, you can provide any, then we can use this name to target this h1 tag. And similarly, if here I provide the class name, then we can use to target this h1. For example, I provide class. Okay, this is our class name heading. And if we provide here class name, then it will target our h1. And if we want to target any tag, we can use h1 tag, p tag, anchor tag, and so on, like image tag, and so on. Now we will see how we can practically implement DOM in JavaScript. Okay, now we are going to practically implement DOM. For that we have to just I created an index.html page and then css.style.css, and after that we have script.js. Okay, in the script file we have not code anything yet, and I link these two files, style.css and script.js, in index file. First we link here in heading the style sheet, because I use in the same directory, that's why I just provide the name. If you using in different directory or different folder, then in that case you have to just use the path. And after that I link my script file at the end, because if you write in the beginning, that maybe some error you can face. Okay, so that's why to avoid this error, I just use script in the last. Okay, here I again provide the name.js, because I am using in the same folder. Okay, now after that I just use script, and then we provide where element, and after that just semicolon, and then element equals to document, and after that semicolon, and then I just use console.log, because in our website, this is our website that I designed. You can do the same. I will provide you the link. Don't worry about the code. Okay, this is just a basic that we discuss in HTML and CSS tutorial. Okay, if you want that, I will provide in I button. Okay, now just I have this code, that's why I cannot use document.write. That's why I use console.log. Okay, now I just do the some error. Okay, I just use console.log, and after that I provide element. And now let's say you can see nothing is happening here. Why? Because I use in console. I just right click, and here going to the inspect, and after that going to the console. You can see by printing the document, here we use document, then it will print the whole our document. You can see if I just expand this here, or if I hover, you can see our whole document is selected. Here this is our HTML tag, then head tag, nothing is here because we have basic base. You can see in this title bar, and we have body. You can see all the document. If I hover and hover, you can get the all document, HTML document, with the help of document. Okay, now after that we have document.all, because this is already deprecated, but I'll show you how we can use it. Just use document then all, and after that just save. You can see this line is here because it is deprecated, you can see. Okay, now we can see the list of array in the form of array. Okay, you can see we have list of array form. In index 0 we have html, index 1 we have heading, title, link, body, and header, class. Okay, if you want to target some particular, for example I want 5 index. Okay, I just use here this, and after that provide 5. Now let's say, you can see heading is targeted. Now you can see if I hover, just you can see it is selected. Okay, now after that we have document, just removing this document dot document element. Now let's say, you can see all the element is loaded here, and after that we use document dot head to load the heading in our console head. Now let's say, you can see we have heading here, title and the link, because we have only these two things, that's why it shows us title and link only. And after that we have the document dot title. Here if we want to know the title, it will return us the value. Now let's save. You can see basic web page, and here you can see basic web page. Okay, now after that we have body tag. You can use body. Now let's say, okay, here we go. We can select the all body, and similarly if you want to expand, just use this. Okay, now after that we have image. If we want to know how many images we have, now let's say, okay, we have two images, image 1 and image 2. If I hover here, okay, we can provide the index also. Let's do that. Just say they have only this image. The second one, I hover, okay, the length and width you can see. You can see the height and width of this image, and name of this image is this. Okay, now after that we have anchor, and I'll show you how many things we have. Okay, here you can see we have anchor tag, link tag, form tag, doc type, URL, base URI, domain. You can find similarly. Okay, now we are going to use document.get element by id, and here we provide the element. Here we provide the id name in quote, single quote or double quote. And after that, let's see the id name. For example, I have list 1, list 2, list 3. Okay, now let's first use list 1. And now let's say, you can see we got the id L1 here. If I hover, you can see this is selected. Okay, now if you just use here a scroll, you can see we have within this list we have anchor tag, and after that get element by class name. Now elements and element, because you know that we can provide a single id to a single tag, but we can provide single class to multiple tags. That's why we get elements by class name. Okay, here we have s, because we can provide single class to multiple tags. Okay, now here we provide class name. For example, I choose nav. Here we provide nav. Now let's say, you can see we have nav as a in the form of array. We have single nav, and the length of nav is 1. If I hover, you can see nav is selected. Okay, now after that we have get elements by tag name. Here I just remove this, get elements by tag name, right? Tag name. Now let's say, Here we go. We have two tag in our document. If I select, you can see this is selected, and if I just select to the another one, you can see this is the second one. Okay, now similarly we can select nav tag, for example nav. Now let's say if it if we if you have nav tag, it will select the nav tag. For example, we have nav here. Okay, so this is how we can use document dot get element by tag name, class name, and ID name. Okay, and we can also use document dot all, document dot document element, and so on. How we can use to get and set the value of document with the help of document dot get element by ID name or class name or tag name. Okay, first of all, what we do with our DOM. We can get HTML, we can get text, or we can get attribute. And similarly, we can set HTML, we can set text, and we can set attribute. We can use inner text to get the inner text of the tag, or we can use inner HTML to get the HTML value, and we can use get attribute to get the attribute, and get attribute node we can use in the same way, but there's some difference we will discuss in practical implementation. And after that we have attribute, also we discuss in our practical implementation. After that we have set method of text and HTML is same, but to set the attribute we have to use set attribute. And after that we have attribute which is same, but we can also use to set the attribute. And after that we have remove attribute to remove a specific attribute. Okay, now we are going to practically implement how we can do this thing in our JavaScript. Okay, in our last video, we see how we can get element by ID, and here we provide the name. Okay. Now similarly, we can use get element by ID, and here we provide dot inner text. Now let's save. You can see we get hello, and then the some dummy text which is hello and dummy text. I'll show you. We have container id here in this div, and we get all of this div container text. Okay, similarly we get inner html. Just do that here, html all in capital letter html. Okay, now let's save. You can see we get the same result with tag name. Okay, now after that we have get attribute, so that we use get attribute, and after that we provide the name of the attribute. Here I use class name. I want the class name of this attribute. Now let's save. You can see contain, because in this div we have id. We use id to target, and we get the attribute as contain because our class name is contain. And after that we can target also, like we have style, so we use style. Now let's save. You can see we have color cyan because we use here color cyan. Okay, now after that, if we want to target our, for example, I provide here on click, and after that I provide class name xyz. Here I provide on click function xyz, and now we check with the help of this. We use on, and after that C in capital, click on click. Now let's save. You can see we get xyz. Now similarly we can use get attribute node. Here we provide class. Now let's say you can see we have class, and if we just expand this, you can see we have value contain. Okay, if we target our style, we use style. Now let's say you can see we have style as cyan color. Okay, now after that we can target our on click. Now let's say you can see we get attribute name and the value of it. If we want only value, we can just use dot value. Now let's say you can see we get the only value. In case of class also we can have only value. Class, here we provide class. Now let's save. You can see now after that we have attributes. For that I have to just remove this and use attributes. Now after that let's save. You can see we got all attribute of our container. First is id, second is class, third is style, and fourth is on click. Okay, we got the length also 4. Okay, if we want to target style, we pass the index to 2 because it is array type. Now let's provide 2 here. Now let's save. You can see we get this cyan color. Or if we want the only value, then we provide dot value. Now let's save. You can clearly see we got the value. If we want the name only, then we can provide dot name here. And let's save. You can see we got the name. Okay, now we are going to see how we can set the value of DOM. For that we have same inner text and inner HTML, but we have, instead of get, we have set attribute, and we have again attribute which is same of our get, and here we have a special one which is remove attribute to remove the attribute. Okay, now we will see how we can practically implement. Okay, here I just use document dot get element by id, and after that I provide container, and then we use dot inner text. First of all we set the inner text. Here you can see our inner text is, you can see here we have contain here you can see we have h1 tag, p tag. Okay, now if I use here hello friend, now let's say you can see this is changed by hello friend, and after that you can see we, okay, here there is something which I don't do, that is dot inner text. Now let's save. You get hello friend here and here, but what if I comment this out? If I comment this out, you can see our hello and some dummy text appear here, or you can see we can also in console. If we run this line, you can see we change the inner text of the container. Okay, now after inner text we can change this with the help of inner, we can change inner html. Now here we have to provide the tag because we have h1 tag. Now I just copy this, copy and end with pasting here. Now let's save. You can see our hello friend is now capitalized. Okay, or you can see unreferenced because we have used here, we have used xyz, or which is removed, that's why it is showing an error. Now I just remove, you can see the error is gone. Okay, similarly you can get element and set element of html or inner text. You can use inner html and inner text, set the value. Okay, now after that I just remove this, and here I use dot set attribute, and here I provide class name. I want to change class name because we are using id, we cannot change the id. If we change id, then this will not targeting anything, and it will show an error, or it will return null or undefined, or you get some other thing. That's why we can use class name here. And after that I change this class name contain with a, B, C. Okay. Now after that we have to target here also. I just use get we use get attribute, and here we provide class because we want to get the class name. Okay. Now let's save. You can see nothing is changed, but you can here see this is our ABC. If I style something, then you can able to see the change. Here I choose style sheet, and here I just remove this, and I use A, B, C, and then provide background color to red, for example, and I choose border border 10 pixel solid blue, solid blue. Now let's save. You can see our background color is changed, and our we got a border of 10 pixel solid blue. Okay, if you want to change the color, because we provide in inline tag, you can say inline tag styling, that's why if we change, it will not reflect because it provide this style to priority. It will provide priority to this style, not our external css. So that's why I am not providing here. Okay, I just changed some decent color. I use green. Now let's see. You can see now it look much better. Now after that we can use attribute here. Okay, I just remove this. I can remove attribute. Here we have to provide an indexing form, because you see in previous getting method we get attribute in the index form. So we use, if we want to change the class, we have first 0 index, then 1 index, so we change 1 index value. Here I choose class, and after that I provide A, B, C. Now let's save. Here you can see it is not changed. Why? Because we have to use dot value to change the value. Okay, now let's save. You can see it will reflected here. Okay, and after that we have remove attribute. For that we have to just use remove attribute, remove attribute, and here we have to provide the name of attribute we want to remove. Here I want to remove class. Now let's save. You can see we have null because we print the class name, so that's why we get null. Okay, you can see our class is removed. Okay, for example, if I just undo, okay, I just copy this entire line here, copy. Now let's save first. You can see the change. Okay, you can see the change. Now here I paste this, and here we remove our class. Okay, class Now let's save. You can see this is gone. If we want to remove style, you can see the color of this text is changed. I just remove style. Now let's save. You can see our blue color is gone. Why? Because our inline style is removed. Okay. Now after that, if we want to remove some other thing, we can do with the help of this. If we have like on, click, and then we have method something like x, y, z. Okay. Now if we want to remove this, we can remove this with the help of style. We use on, click. Now first let's print this without on, click. First I just commenting this and let's save. You can see it print us xyz. Okay. Now I just uncomment this. Now let's save. You can see it will show us null. Why? Because on click is removed with the help of this remove attribute method. Now we are going to see two method, query selector and query selector all. It is work like get element by id, class name and tag name, but in here we just provide something. If we want to target the id, we have to provide css selector. css selector, for example, in like in css you can see if we want to target class we use dot operator, and if we want to target id we use hash operator. Okay. And similarly if we want to target some specific we use dot. For example, if we want to target this p of sub element, you can say we have sub here. If I scroll down a little bit, here you can see we have class sub and we want to target this p element, then we can use advanced selector, which is we provide the class name and then we provide the tag name to target a specific element in JavaScript. You can see here we target our image, and if we want to target something like I'll show you, if we want to target header nav, then we provide header and then space then nav class name. Okay, this is how CSS selector work. If you want to know more about it, please check out in I button. I will provide you the link. Okay. Now after that, if we want to target our class, we use like dot xyz, and after that we can target the element. What query selector is do is it will give you the first match and after that it will stop and give you nothing. Okay, for that problem we have query selector all. It will give you the all value that is matches. Okay, now we will see how we can do that. For that we have to just here we remove here get element by id. We use here query selector. Okay, now here we have to provide hash because we are targeting id. Okay, now after that you can see this is abc. It will I just commenting this or I just remove this. Okay, now after that we can get also. We just use here query selector, and here we have to provide hash. Now here we have to change class because we are going to change the class, so we use class here. Now let's save. Nothing is printed. Okay, fine. Okay. Why it does not appear? Because we just remove has with class name. Oh, we have to just save now. You can see it will working fine. Okay. After query selector, now let's see the difference between query selector and query selector all. For that, here I provide my class to 3 in H2 and in div and in image and in paragraph. Okay. Now just we have to target dot my class. Now let's save. You can see it will print as null because it is not in capital case. Okay, I just use in a small case. Now you can see our first heading is printed. But if I use here query selector all, now let's save. It will give us an array of list. Here we can have 0 index my class of title, and in image in second index, and in third index we have paragraph. Okay, now here we can also use indexing. I just use index 1. Okay, now let's save. You can see we have image. Okay, you can clearly see. Okay, here we can get the value of inner HTML. We can use dot inner HTML. Here we provide index 0, which means we want to get the value of this heading. Okay, now let's save. You can see this is printed. If I use here 1, then we get the inner HTML of 1 index, which is an image. You can see nothing is printed because we don't have anything. If we use 2, now let's save. You can see we have, this is our text which is printed in our p tag. Okay. Similarly, we can provide here our tag name. For example, I use h1 tag. Now let's save. Let's see how many h1 tag we have. It shows us we have only one h1 tag, which is our heading. Okay. If similarly, if we use p tag, let's save. You can see we have three p tag. This one, and this one. And you can see the length. If we want to target or we want to get the inner HTML, we use here 1, and after that dot inner HTML. Inner HTML. Now let's save. You can see this is our second element paragraph. Paragraph. Okay. If we here use 0, it will give us first paragraph value. Okay. Now we are going to see how we can style our element with the help of DOM styling. And after that we see class name and class list, how we can change the attribute value with the help of class name, class list, and also we see the difference between class name and class list. Okay. Now we are going to first see style in JavaScript. Okay, first we have to declare var element semicolon, and after that we use document dot get, or we can use query selector, and after that we provide here has container. Okay, here you can see we have container ID of this div. Okay, we want to get this. Okay, style. Okay, and after that we provide dot style, and after that we provide dot, not just dot, and here which style we want to get. I have only color, so we can get color dot color. Okay, now after that we provide semicolon, and then we use, here we have to declare element equals to this. Okay, now after that we use console dot log, and after that we use element. Now let's save. Here we have to inspect, and after that we come to console. You can see we got cyan. Okay, now if we set here like background color, we use background, and for like background color, you use hyphen in CSS, but in JavaScript we use camel case color. Okay. Now after that, let's save. You can see we have nothing because we don't have in our styling, we don't have background color. Now let's provide background color. Background color, and after that I provide background color as blue. Now let's save. You can see our background color is changed to blue. Okay. Now after that, if we want to set this color, for example, I want just I here come here. We don't need to initialize an element. We just use document dot query selector, and here we provide hashtag container, and after that we use dot style dot, let's provide border, border equals to 5 pixel solid green. Now let's save. You can see, and we can similarly, I just copy this, copy and paste. I just use border radius. Now after that I have to remove this. I just use 5 pixel. Now let's see. You can see if I use 50 here, you can clearly see our radius is now, our border is having radius. Okay. Now similarly you can provide any property and you can get it in console, or I will show you in element. Here you can see our, let's find our container. Here you can see our container, and here you can see we have container ID, and then style. You can see background color, and after that we have border. Okay, we have border radius, which we provide with the help of JavaScript DOM. Okay, this is how we can apply style with the help of DOM. Okay, now after that we are going to use, I just copy this from here. Okay, and I come here and I paste this, and after that we use class name. Okay, now I just remove this. Okay, now after that we use equal, and after that we provide the class name. With the help of class name we can get the value or we can set the value of class. Okay, I just use a b c. Okay, now after that I change here also, I use dot class name. Okay, now after that let's save. You can see now I come here, you can see ABC is printed. Okay, now here you can also see in our container we have class ABC. Okay, but you can see in our HTML we don't have any class. Okay, I just remove this. Okay, okay, I just remove this. Okay, now after that, if we provide styling to ABC, you can see the change. I just use dot ABC, and after that I provide background color and and after that we provide border 5 pixel solid red, solid red, and after that we provide back border, after that we provide border radius 5 pixel, or let's say 10 pixel. Now let's save. you can see it is applied to our document. If we add another class, we can just separate with a space, and here we provide x, y, z. Okay. Now after that, I provide here same. I just copy and change the value of it. I just use here x, y, z, and after that I change color with blue, and I change radius color with green. Now let's save. You can see it will give us this color. If I hover here in styling, okay, we have to select our container. Now you can see our border radius and tan color is cancelled, and this XYZ is applied. Why? Because it gives the priority to the last one. Okay, if we add another one, for example, I add PQR, or I just copy, I already copy, I just paste here. Now I just use PQR and change the value red to orange, and here I choose violet. Okay, now let's save. Okay, you can see here, you can see our PQR class style is not appear. Why? Because it is present at the top of this. It applied. If I provide here, you can see if I provide here, now let's save. You can see this is applied. Why? Because it take the last moves. If I provide this at the end, you can clearly see if I provide this at the end, you can see, now let's say, you can see it will give the priority to the last, which is used in our CSS styling. Okay, now after that you can see our return class is in the form of string. Okay, now let's we do that with the help of class list. Okay, I just change here and use list. Okay, now after that let's say, you can see nothing is changed, and we add the class, and here if we use list, you can see the change list. Now let's save. You can see we got the DOM token list provided the array form of this class. We have three classes here. The value of classes we print here, and zero index we have ABC, and index 1 we have XYZ, and index 2 we have PQR. Okay, we can have another method to add the class. For example, I just copy this. Here I provide class ABC. Now let's see. Okay, now here I just remove this list, and I use here dot add. Now after that we provide the value. For example, I use XYZ and then comma PQR. Now let's say, you can see we got value of PQR and XYZ in our list. Okay. After add method, we have remove method. For that we have to just add ABC, XYZ and PQR. Now after that we just here provide remove, and after that we have to provide the name which class we want to remove. For example, if we want to remove ABC, now let's say, you can see our PQR class style is appear, and here you can see we have only two value in our array. Okay, now if we want to remove comma, after comma we want to remove X or P Q R. Now let's say, you can see now we have only XYZ. Okay, similarly we can remove XYZ, just separate with comma, and after that provide X, Y, Z. Now let's say you can see all class are removed from our list. Okay, this is how we can use style, class name and class list in DOM. Okay, we already see how we can call the event with the help of inline event method. We here provide in HTML we here provide tag name, and after that we provide the event name, for example on click, on mouse enter, and after that we provide the function, and we define this function in JavaScript, and after that we provide the keep text here, and then if we click on this hello, it will trigger this function. Okay, and similarly we have p, and we provide on mouse enter, and after that we provide the function, and we define this function in JavaScript, and when we enter to this keyword lorem, this event is triggered. Okay, now similarly we can do with the another method, because if we do this inline event, then it will very tedious to provide each and every tag to inline event. So that's why we use here, we use we use these method. Okay, okay, now we have this event in JavaScript. Click event, double click, right click, mouse over and mouse out. Okay, and we can call this event in normally we use on click, on mouse enter, on dbl click, but in add event listener we just provide the name only. If we want to trigger click, just we use click, and if we want to trigger this event double click, we just use dbl click, and after that we can provide the name, or we can define the function here also. Okay, and here we can just define the function name, and after that we provide the functionality. Now let's see how we can do that. Okay,
Now we are going to implement how we can target event. For that I just use document. We don't need to provide any variable. We use document dot get element by id, and after that I provide the id name container. Okay, here you can see we have to now we are targeting this tag. Okay, now after that I just use dot, and after that we provide the event name on click. Okay, now after that we provide the function name abc. Okay, now let's provide semicolon, and after that I provide function abc, then we provide curly bracket, and after that we use document dot get element by id, and after that we provide container, and after that we use style that we discussed in our last video, and after that we set the color, background color equals to, here I provide red. Okay, after that provide semicolon. Now let's save. Okay, when I click here nothing happened. When I come here and just click, you can see this event triggered. Okay, similarly you can just provide mouse enter, on mouse enter. Now let's save. You can see when I'm here nothing happened. When I come here you can see. You can also use on mouse leave. Now let's save. Okay, here when I come here nothing happened. When I go down you can see this event triggered. Okay, now similarly we can use add event listener. For that I have to remove this and use dot add event listener, and after that we provide the event name. We use click here. Now click, and after that I use the same name abc. Now let's save. You can see nothing happened. When I come here, nothing happened. When I click, you can see the event is triggered. It means this is working fine. Okay, now we can provide another event on this. Just I copy this, copy and pasting here, and I change, click with mouse, enter. Okay, now I just change this with x, y, z. Okay, and here I provide function x, y, z, and after that I just copy this because we are here changing the CSS. Okay, I just paste here, and here I change border with background border, and after that I use 10 pixel solid green. Now let's save. Okay, when I, here we have two events, one is mouse click and another is mouse enter. When I enter, you can see this event is called. When I click here, you can see second event is also called. Okay, now after that we can also provide this xyz function here also. I just provide comma and use function. Okay, now after that providing the round bracket and curly bracket, and here I just copy this. Okay, I paste here and I just remove this, and here I use border radius, and here equals to 50 pixel. Now let's save. You can see it is gone, and I come here, I just refresh. When I come, nothing happened. When I click, this event is triggered. Okay, here is the error. When we provide the border radius, we have to first provide the border. Without border, we don't have border radius. When I come here, you can see this event is called. When I click here, you can see second event is also called. Okay, here you can see we are targeting the same element, so we don't need to provide here again. I just use this keyword, and after that here also I can use this keyword, this, to refer, because we are using the same, that's why we can provide this keyword. Now let's save. Okay, now when I come here, you can see it is triggering the event. Now when I click, it is also triggering. Okay, this is how you can sort your code. Because we are using the same, we can provide this keyword to remove the redundant code. Okay, now we see how we can remove event. For example, we have this event only ABC, which change the background color red. When I come here, you can see it is changed. Okay, now after that I use another function. For that we have to just add the event first. To remove the event, we have to add the event. Okay, I just copy this and paste here. I copy and paste here, and after that we use add event listener, and after that we provide click, and after that comma, I provide x, y, z function, and after that we use semicolon, and here we provide the function x, y, z, and after that we provide paste, and here we use remove event listener, and after that we want to name the event that we want to remove. I just want to remove mouse leave, and after that we provide the function name ABC. Okay, now let's provide the semicolon. Now let's save. Okay, when I come here and just click, you can see our event is removed. Okay, if I refresh, you can see when I come here and just remove this event call, and I refresh and I come here and click, now this event is removed. This is how you can use add event listener and remove event listener, and this is how you can provide event in JavaScript with the help of add event listener, or you can use on mouse, click on mouse enter, and so on. Okay, now we are going to see classList method. First we have add to add the classes, and then we have remove to remove the classes, and after that we have toggle. You can think toggle is something like switch we have in Android phone or in iPhone. Okay, when you click here, it is on. When we click again, it is off. You can think toggle is something like that. Okay, now after that we have contains. Contains is used to check whether a class is present or not. It will return true or false. It means it is a boolean type. Okay, now after that we have index. You know that we have class list which return our classes in the form of array. For example, we have a, b, c class, x, y, z class, and after that p, q, r class. Okay, we have 0 index, 1 index, 2 index, and if you want to know in which index which class is present, then we use item. Okay, now after that we have length. Length is something that we already see in our array video and in our object video. It will return the number of elements present in our class list. Okay, it is a property and all other are method. Okay, now we will see how we can practically implement class list in JavaScript. Okay, now we are going to practically implement how we can use class list method. Okay, first of all, this is the document we are using from our DOM. Okay, that's why I'm using same. Okay, here we target container. You can see we have div of container id. Okay, now after that we are using add event listener, and we provide click event, and then we call this function on click. When I click here, you can see this color is changed to red. Now after that I just remove this. Okay, and here I use class list, and after that we use dot add, and then provide the class name that we want to add. I want to add xyz, and after that we have to print this to check whether it is successfully added or not. We use var a equals to, I already copy and just paste this document dot get element by id. Now after that we have to print console dot log. Now after that we provide a. Now let's save. You can see nothing is here because we are printing on click, or you can see we don't have any class in this container table. Okay, I just click, you can see class xyz is added, and in console you can also see. Now let's style with the help of CSS styling. Now I just use dot xyz, and after that I change the background color to red, or you can say to orange. Now let's save. Okay, here you can see nothing is happened. When I click, this color is changed and this class is added. Now similarly we can add multiple classes by providing comma separator. I can add pqr. Now let's save. When I click here, you can see two classes added, and even if we want to add more, we just use exg. Now let's save. We have to provide in code. Okay, just make sure. Now let's save. Now let's click. You can clearly see three classes are added. You can also see here we have three classes. Okay, now I just use here, I just remove these classes and provided here in index.html. I just remove and here I provide class xyz pqr exe. Now let's save. You can see this class is added because we are not adding with the help of event. Just now I just use remove, and after that we provide the class name. Here we provide xyz. Now let's save. When I click here, you can see our class is removed. We can also remove multiple class. I just use comma separator pqr. Now let's save. First we have to provide in quotes. Now let's save. This is added. When I click here, you can see we have exe class left. If we want to remove this, we can also do that using exe. Now let's save. I just click, you can see all classes empty. Our class is now empty, you can see. Now after that we have toggle. For example, I just remove this, and here I use toggle. Okay, toggle, and here I provide xyz, and here I provide toggle pqr. Now I style pqr with the help of CSS styling. I just copy and paste here. I use background color to be green. Now let's save. Okay, when I click okay, I have to provide pqr here, pqr. Now let's save. Okay, this is taking xyz class because it is adding in inline. Okay, now when I click, you can see it is green. When I click back, it is now orange. Click green, click orange. This is adding and removing. Okay, now you can similarly do toggle, and after that we have contains. Okay, for that we have to just remove this. Now after that I use contains, and here I provide class name xyz. Now let's save. You can see when I click, it will give us this value, but we have to just provide. Okay, now here we have to store this value to print. I just comment this. And now I just paste here. Okay, equal. Now let's save. Okay, when I click here, you can see it will give us true because we have xyz class. When I just change abc, you can see we don't have abc class. I just use abc. Now let's save. When I click here, you can see it will return false. Now after that we have item. For that we have to just provide we have three class. For that we have three class xyz pqr efg. Okay, now I just use item. Now here I provide in round braces index number. In zero index we have xyz. Now let's save. When I click, you can see it will return 2 times xyz. When I just refresh, when I click, it will return xyz. Okay, if you want to know in 2 index what we have, I just provide 1. Now let's save. When I click, you can see pqr is printed. Similarly we can provide 2. Now let's save. When I click here, you can see efg is printed. Okay, I just remove this. And I use length. And now let's save. When I click here, you can see it will print 3 because we have 3 number of classes xyz pqr and efg. This is how we can use classList method. Now we are going to see how we can target parent node and child node, and we can also see we can target siblings, next sibling, previous sibling with the help of DOM targeting method. Now first see what is parent, what is child, what is sibling, and what is next sibling, and what is previous sibling. Okay, now for that we have to just go to the down, and I just use this. Now here a is a parent node because it is at the top of our tree, so that is a is parent node, or you can say parent element. Okay, I use node, you can say element also. Now because we start from our left, this is our first element or node, and is similarly moving this direction, this is our last node. Okay, now these all a, b, c, d, e, f are sibling. Okay, and we want to know, when we are targeting this, we know that this is t, we want to know the next sibling of t because we are moving from here to this direction. That's why the next to d is e. This is next sibling of t. And if we want to know the previous sibling of t, which is c, because we are moving in this direction, just before d is c. Okay, now we can similarly find the sibling of b and c, e and f, next and previous. We don't have b previous sibling because we don't have here anything, and we don't have next sibling of f. Okay, now we will see how we can practically implement this in our JavaScript. Okay, now we will see how we can implement parent node and parent element node. For that I create a document. Here you can see we have outer div and then inner div. Inside inner we have 1 2 3 4 5 in another div. Okay, now first of all we start our coding. I will provide you the link of document that I am using. Okay, don't worry about the code. This is the code where I just declare outer div, inner div, and I provide the outer id, inner id to the inner div and outer div, and similarly we provide the class to style the boxes. Okay, now after that we now using now we are targeting our div. Okay, for that we use var a equals to document dot get element by id, and after that I provide inner because I want to target the inner parent. For that I use dot parent element, and after that we use console dot log, and after that I use a. Now let's save. Now for I'm coming here, and now we have to click inspect, and after that we go to the console. You can see our inner div is targeted. Similarly, if we want to target outer div parent, we can use outer. Now let's save. You can see the outer div parent is body. Here I provide the id to body is me. Now let's check the parent of body. Now let's save. You can see we got error because we use here elements or we are not defining here id. Now let's save. The error is gone. You can see the parent of body is HTML. Okay, now if we provide here HTML and I provide the id to HTML, like here I provide id to our HTML, let's say main2. Now let's save, and here I provide main2. Now let's save. You can see we get null because the HTML is the parent of all the element that we are using in HTML document. So we don't have any parent of HTML. Okay, but if we use here parent node, if we use here parent node, and let's save, you can see it will give the result, because it will try to find the at least one result to give you. You can see the document is the parent of HTML. It means whole the document. You can see whole the document. Okay, other things are similar. If you use here, just we start from inner. Now let's save. You can see it give us outer. If you provide outer, now let's save. You can see it will give us body and with ID main. Okay, if we provide here main, which is our body, now let's save, it will give us HTML. But if we provide HTML, it will still give us a result. Okay, now similarly, I just remove this and I use inner, and after that I use element here, element. Now after that I want to change the color of our parent div, outer div. For that I just copy here. Okay, now I paste here, and after that I use dot style, and after that I use background equals to, now this is yellow, I change with red. Now let's save. You can see we can also change the CSS of parent div with the help of parent element or parent node. You can also use parent node. Here I use parent node. Now let's, here we do parent node. Now let's save. You can see nothing is changed because it is working fine. Similarly we can do this is how we can use dot this is how we can use parent node and parent element node. Now we are going to see children and child node in DOM targeting. Okay, hello friend, in our last video we see how we can target parent node. Okay, in this video we see how we can target children of the parent node. Okay, for example, I have this document of HTML. Here we have outer div, inner div, and within outer div we have outer tag. Within outer div we have h2 tag, within inner div we have h2 tag, then we have 5 div. Okay, this is how it's look like. Okay, now after that I'm going to target the outer div. For that I just use document.getElement by id, and here I provide the id outer, and after that here I change with parent with children. Now after that we print with the help of console.log. Now let's save. You can clearly see we get the HTML collection in the form of array. If I just expand, you can see we have two children of outer div. First is h2 tag that I show you, and after that we have inner div. Okay, and similarly we can target our inner div children. We just use inner. You can see we have inner id of div. Okay, now we are targeting that. Now let's say, you can see we got 6 children. Here you can see the length is 6, and first one is our inner, then we have A, then B, then C, then D, then E. Okay, now if we want to target the 0 index children, then we can use square bracket and after that provide 0. Now let's save. You can see we targeting inner div. Okay, and if we want to target one index, you can provide 1. Now let's save. You can clearly see this is our A block div. Okay, here we can change the styling of this index 1 child. Okay, now I just use here children, and after that providing the index 1, and here I use background color red. Now let's save. You can see the color of a block is changed. Now similarly you can change the color of any. If here I provide 0, now let's save. You can see the inner tag color is changed. Okay, if you provide 5 here, suppose, now let's save. You can see this color is changed. Okay, this is how you can use inner. This is how you can use children. Now let's see the difference between children and child node. For that we have to just comment this. Okay, now after that we are targeting outer first, outer, and here I use child nodes, and after that let's save. You can see here we have 5 children. You can clearly see text, then h1, then text, then inner, then text. You can see this is 5, but in case of our children it is 1 and 2 only. Okay, why this is giving 3 text more? Because it will count. Here you can see we have an outer, this is 1 enter, this is counting enter also. It count comment, it count anything that we use in our document, it count. For example, I just provide enter, and here I use command plus backslash, and here I provide a comment, okay. Now let's save. You can see now the length of this is now 7. You can see it count comment, and you can see when I provide 2 comment, it will increase the node list by 9. Here you can see we text, h2, then text, then comment, then text, then comment. It will count the enter also. Okay, now after that I just remove. Now let's save. Similarly we can change the styling of our children with the help of child node. For example, I just use here inner, here also I use inner, and after that I provide here child nodes, and after that I provide the index. First we see the index number. Here we have error. Let's provide 2 first of all. Now let's save. You can see, okay, we have to provide 1. Now let's save. After here you can see we have 13. Here you can see we have 13 child of inner div. Okay, here we have text, then h1, then text, then this box, then text, then this div, then text. Every space, it will count the every single space you provide, but if you provide multiple, then it will only count once. If you enter and provide something, then enter, it will count the 2 extra enter also, okay, as a children of that element. Okay, now here I provide 11 index. You can see the color of 11 index is changed, and when you try to change the color of text, for example, I just use 0 here. Now let's save. You can see we got the error. Why? Because this is just enter. We cannot style any enter in JavaScript or in HTML, so that's why it give us error. If we provide here 1, now let's save, the error is gone and the styling appear. Okay, now we are going to discuss about first child and last child in DOM. The first child, first element child, last child, and last element child. Now let's see what is first child and what is last child. First of all, this is DOM traversal image. Okay, here A is the parent node. Okay, and we start from our left hand side. This is our first node element, or you can say first element, and this is second, this is third, this is fourth, and at the end we have last node or last element of the parent node A. Okay, this is first element, this is last element. Okay, now we will see how we can use first element node and last element node, and after that we see first child and last child. Okay, now in our last video we see how we can use child node and children node. Okay, now we are going to use first element node. Here I just remove this first element child, and after that I'm not going to target first inner, I just use outer. Here I'll show you what is outer, what is inner. Here we have a div with id outer, and inside this div we have outer h2 tag, and after that we have inner div, and inside inner div we have h2 tag, and after that we have 5 div. Okay, now here we target our for outer first element child. Now just come here and we have to inspect, and after that we come to the console, because we are using console.log, that's why we use console. The first element of outer div is outer text, or you can say h2 tag. Okay, similarly we can target our inner first element, we can use inner, and after that let's say you can see we have inner. Okay, you can similarly check the first child of body, first child of HTML, and so on. Okay, now after that we can also style with the help of first element child. Just uncommenting this, and I just remove here and provide first element child, and after that I provide here outer first, outer. Now let's say you can see this is reflecting to the our outer first child, and after that we use inner. Now let's save. See, our h2 is now red color. Similarly we can use last element child. Here we provide last. Here I just comment this, and I use last element child. Here I provide outer. Now let's save. You can see we got this inner div. Okay, and when we change the color of this div with the help of this style, I just uncomment, and here I use last, and I use here outer. Now let's save. Okay, here is the spelling mistake. You can see I just save now, and here you can see the outer div last child is now in red color. You can clearly see. Okay, now similarly we can use here inner last element. We are changing the style of inner div last child. Okay, now here we are also change inner. Now let's say you can see our last child is now in red color. Okay, now here I use first child. Now let's save. You can see it will return us text. Why? It is something like that we already see in our child node. You can, when I print child nodes, now let's save. You can see we have list of array, and here it give us text which is nothing but when we provide enter, it will count that. When we provide comment, it will count also comment. For example, here I use inner, so that I am using inside inner, I just provide a comment, hello. I am providing a random text. Now let's save. You can see the length is now 15. Before that it is 12. Now it is 15. It increment 3 child. You can see we have comment, and here before this we have text, and after this we have text, which is nothing but we provide the enter. So this is how our first child work, you can see. Okay, Now I just remove this. Now this is how our first child work. Okay, when we use here last child, it will again provide us text, because after this we have enter. You can see in our HTML, after this box we have enter. That's why this is coming next line. When I just remove this enter, now let's save. You can see now it is targeting our this box. Okay, when we provide here enter, you can see now it is providing us text because it count the space. Okay, if you want to style your element with the help of first child and last child, you have to just remove the enter. So that's it for today's video. In this video we see what is first element child and what is last element child, and also we see the difference between first child and first element child, and last child and last element child. Now we are going to see next element sibling, and after that we see previous element sibling, and we also see next sibling and previous sibling, and what are the difference between next sibling and next element sibling, previous element sibling and previous sibling. First of all, let's see what is this. For example, we are targeting D, and after that we know, if we want to know the next of D, we can clearly see it is E, and if we want to know the previous of D, you can clearly see it is C. Why? We are starting from this direction left to right. Okay, we are moving from left to right. That's why after D we have E, and before D we have C. That's why it is previous and it is next, and these B, C, D, E, F are all are sibling. Okay, now let's see how we can practically implement this. Okay, this is the document we are using. Okay, now here we have first of all our div, outer div, which is having ID outer, and inside this we have h2 tag, and after that we have inner div. Inside inner div we have inner h2 tag, and then we have box A, B, C, D, E. Okay, now let's see how we can find the next sibling. For that we have to just remove this, and here we use next element sibling. Here we have to provide the targeting div. For example, I want to, because if you want to target div, then it will give you nothing. You have to provide the ID to it. For example, if you want to target this, you have to provide ID. Here I provide outer head. Okay, I just copy this and paste here. Now let's see the next sibling of outer head. Now let's save. You can see we have inner div is this is our inner div. Okay, with inner ID. Now similarly we can target. For example, inside inner we have child C div. Now I just paste here child hyphen C. Now let's save. You can see we got the box D, and we can style with the help of our ID name. I just uncomment, and here I just remove this and provide this ID, and after that I use here next element sibling. Now let's say you can see our next element of C is D, and the color of D is now changed. You can clearly see. Now similarly we can use previous element sibling. I just use, now here also I just provide previous element sibling. Okay, now let's save. You can see now this color is red. Why? Because before C it is P, or you can see this. Okay, we are targeting this box div. You can see the value also. Just scroll down. Okay, you can find the value also. Okay, now after that, now I want to ask you a question. What is the previous sibling of A and what is the next sibling of E? Can you answer it? If you know, just comment in comment box. Okay, now I will show you the previous sibling of A. I just provide inner box A id child hyphen A. I just copy this and here I paste, provide here also A. Now let's save. You can see the previous sibling of A is inner, but if we want to try to find the previous sibling of h2 tag, I just provide id equals to head. Now here I provide head. Okay, head, or here also we provide head. Now let's save. You can see we got the error. Why? Because before inner we don't have anything in this inner div. Okay, that's why we don't have any sibling of head. If I just comment this, because we cannot style the null, let's save. You can see the error is gone, but we have null value. Similarly, if we provide next here, next, and here I just provide the id to our id E. Now I just paste. Now here I provide the id of last element E. Now let's save. What is the next sibling of E? You can see we got another null. This is because we don't have any next sibling of the last element. We don't have previous sibling of any first element. Now let's see the difference between previous sibling and previous element sibling. First I just use here C. Now let's save. You can see it will give us text. You can see here after C we have an enter, that's why it is counting as a string. Similarly, if you provide next here, now let's save. It will again give us text. Why? Because before that we also have an enter, that's why it is give us this text. When we are targeting parent node, children node, first child, last child, next sibling, previous sibling, this all are giving us all the thing that is present in the document, enter, comment, space, everything. But when we are using parent element, children, first element child, last element child, next element sibling, previous element sibling, we are using element, it will give us the HTML tag that we are present. Okay, and when we are using parent node, child node, then it all give us the thing that is present in the document, space, comment, and so on. DOM create method. We have three type of create method. First is we can create HTML element with the help of DOM create method. We can create text with the help of create text node, and we can also create comment in JavaScript. You know this, that we have comment in the form of like angular bracket, then exclamation mark, then double hyphen, and after that we have text here, any comment. Okay, now after that we have again hyphen, and after that angular bracket. We can create a comment with the help of create comment DOM method, and we can create text node with the help of create text node, and we can create p tag, h2 tag, h1 tag, and so on, any tag with the help of create element. Now we will see how practically we implement create method of DOM. Okay, now we will see how we can practically implement create DOM create method. Okay, first of all we have two files, index.html and script.js. I connect my JavaScript with the help of script tag. Okay, now we will see how we can create element with the help of DOM create method. Okay, now we will see how we can create element with the help of DOM create method. For that we use a variable var create element, and after that we use equal, and then we use, because we are using DOM, that's why we use document dot create element, and after that we provide the name of the element that we want to create in quotes. For example, I use p tag. Okay, now after that I used to close it with the help of semicolon. Now let's use console dot log, and after that we use here create element. This is our variable. Now after that we provide semicolon. Let's save. You can see this is our document. Now let's console this with the help of double click and go to the inspect, and after that our inspect is open. Now we will see what is printed. You can see this is p tag. If we change here p to h2 tag, for example h2 tag, let's save. You can see we created h2 tag. Similarly we can provide any tag. For example, if you want to span, use span, and let's save. You can see it print span, and when you scroll it will provide you the characteristics of span. Okay, now I'm using h1 tag. Okay, now after that we see how we can create text. For that we use var create, here I use text node. Okay, now after that we use equal, and here we provide document dot create text node, and after that we provide the text in quotes. For example, I choose hello friend, welcome to Bro Learner. Okay, now after that we close with the help of semicolon. After that we use console dot log. Okay, after that we use create text node. This is our variable that store the value of hello friends, welcome to Bro Learner. Now let's save. You can see we got the text here. Okay, now if you want to provide more text, you can provide thousands of text with the help of document.create text node. Okay, now after that we create var create comment, and after that we use equal, and then we use document dot create comment. Now after that we provide the round braces, and in round braces we provide the code, and here we don't need to provide the angular bracket and exclamation mark and then double hyphen. We don't require that. We just use simply the text. This is a simple comment. Now let's say, after that we have to just provide semicolon, and here we use console dot log, and here we provide create comment, and here we provide the semicolon again. Now let's say, you can see we got this is a simple comment. Now we will see the two method, which is append child and insert before. This is two method used to insert the element or text node that we create with the help of DOM create method. Now we will see how practically we implement append child and insert before. Okay, this is the document that we were using in our last video. In this video we create h1 element with the help of document.create element, and we create text node with the help of document.create text node. Okay, now we will see how we can append this text in our h1 tag. For that we use create element, this is our element, dot append child, and after that we provide round bracket, and here we provide the name of the text node, which is create text node. Okay, now after that we use semicolon, and here we have to print the, I just remove from here and just paste the console.log here. I just paste here. Now let's save, and after that we see in console, you can see in our h1 tag we have hello friend, welcome to pro learner. Okay, now we will see how we can display this h1 tag in our this gray div. Okay, I provide here the styling and that div tag. You can see this is our div tag and styling, and this is empty. You can see we have this container id. For that we have to target this. We have to use here var target, and after that we use document dot get element by id, and here we provide the id name, which is our container. After that we use target dot append child, and here we provide what we have to append is create element. Now after that we provide semicolon. Now let's save. You can see hello friend and welcome to bro learner is printed. You can clearly see this is how we can append with the help of append child. Okay, but you can see this is append at the end of the HTML tag. For example, if we have here, if I provide h1 tag, and here I provide heading, and after that we provide paragraph, for example, and here I provide dummy text, and hit enter. Now let's say, you can see first we have heading, and after that we have that dummy text, and at the end we have hello friend, welcome to bro learner. After append child, we see this is appending the children in the at the end. You can clearly see here we provide the heading and lorem in our element. For example, if I you can see we have in this div we have our h1 tag and p tag, which is our document. Okay, in our document, which is in our document. Okay, now after that we append this hello friend, welcome to bro learner, which is at the end. Now we will see how we can append at the top of our div. Okay, for that we have to just use, I just comment this, and after that we use here, we have to use target dot insert before, and after that we provide the round bracket, and here we provide what we want to insert. We want to insert create element, and after that we provide the semicolon, and we provide target dot child node, and after that we provide the from where we have to insert. We want to insert before the first node, which is 0 node. Okay, now let's save. You can see this is our document. Now this is inserted before the heading, and heading is the 0th index, and this is inserted before that. Okay, now if we provide 1 here, you can see it inserted after heading. Now let's save. It is nothing is happened. Why? Because it count the text first. Okay, here I just use not text, here I just use 2. Now let's save. Now you can see it is heading is our first, and this is at the second position. If we want to insert after lorem or dummy text, we provide here at the 4th index. Just provide 4th. Now let's save. You can see it is inserted at the end, which is by default with the help of target.append child. So this is how we can use insert element with the help of append child and insert before if we want to insert at a particular position. In our last video we see append child and insert before. It is work we already know. Append child append the element or text at the last of the HTML document, and insert before is used to insert at a particular location. And after that we have insert adjacent element, and after that we have insert adjacent HTML, and after that we have insert adjacent text. It is used to insert the tag only, HTML tag only. With the help of adjacent element we can insert tag with text, and with the help of insert adjacent text we can only insert the text. And what is the difference between these two and these three? The main difference is in this we first create, then we append, and after that we insert in our document. But with the help of this we can just create and append in our document. Okay, this is the main difference. You can see here, you can see we can, with the help of adjacent element we can create any tag of the HTML. With the help of HTML, adjacent HTML, we can just create and insert tag and text also. And with the help of insert adjacent text we can only insert the text. Here we have position also. In previous we only have position in this insert before with the help of child node. Okay, and we provide the index. But here we can provide where we want to insert. For example, this is a div with id this is a div with id container. Now if we targeting this and we want before this div we want to insert the created element, then we use before beginning. It means before the beginning of this div it is inserted. And if we use after beginning, it insert at the top of this div, because after beginning of this div it insert the created element. And before the end means before ending of this div, after we include all the things that we have in our document of this id div, it will insert this created element at the end of this div. Okay, we provide after end, it means after ending of this div it will insert this created element. Okay, this is how it work. Now we will see how we can practically implement this. Okay, now we will see how we can practically implement this. Okay, for that I have this document. I just modify a little bit. You can see I change the color from previous video, it is gray. Okay, I just remove the heading also. Now I just connect JavaScript file. You can see both of in the same directory, that's why I just provide the name of the file with extension. Okay, now this is our JavaScript. I just use, for example, first we see insert adjacent element. For that we have to just create var new element, and after that we use equal, and then use document dot create element. we have to create the element, and after that we provide the code, and here we use h1 tag or h2 tag suppose, and after that we use semicolon, and then we use var new text, and after that we use equal, and again we use document dot create text node. Okay, this is the way that we already see in our last video. Okay, after that we provide this is a text. Okay, now after that we use semicolon, and then we use var, and then we use the keyword target, and after that we use document dot get element by id name, and here we are targeting our div container with id container. Okay, here we provide id container. Okay, now after that we use semicolon, and here we use target dot insert adjacent element, and after that we have to provide the position. For that we use after beginning. Okay, now after that we use comma, and here we use the element that we want to insert. We want to insert h2 tag, that's why we use new element. Now after that I use semicolon. Now let's save. You can see nothing is changed in this document, or you cannot see any tag is added. Why? Because this tag is empty. We don't have any text within this heading to text tag. Okay, now if I use console, you can see already it is open, and here you can see inside this div we have h2 tag, and after that we have p tag. Okay, now if I just change the position before, I just use before beginning. Now let's save. You can see now it is in the top of this. Before this div we have h2 tag. Okay, this is how we can use insert adjacent element. Okay, now if we insert this is our text in this h2 tag, you can clearly see how it will insert in our document. For that we use new element dot append child, and after that we provide the name of the child that we want to append, new text. Now let's save. You can see we have this is before the beginning of this div. If we use after beginning, then here we use after. Now let's save. You can see this is inserted successfully. You can also change after end here, and now let's save. You can see we have at the end. We can also provide after beginning. Now let's save. You can see we have this is a text here. Okay, now after that we have to just comment this all out. Okay, now after that we just create a variable var new element, and after that we use here in code h2 tag. In code we use h2 tag, and after that we provide the text. This is a heading. Now after that we have to close this h2 tag. Now after that, okay, now after that here it is element we want to insert HTML, then that's why we use HTML. Now it is working fine. We want to include this tag, we want to include this element after beginning. Now let's save. You can see this is a heading. Before that this is a text. Okay, now this is a heading. If we want to change the position, for example after end. Now let's save. You can see it is included. After end we can provide any tag. If you want to provide here p, just use p, and I just remove this, for example p. Now let's save. You can see it is now p tag. Okay, now after that we use insert adjacent text. Okay, for that we have to just remove this p tag. I just use the same example, you can choose different also. Okay, now it is targeting our div, that's why it is working fine. Now here I just use text. Okay, if we have to just change this is a sample text. Okay, now let's save. You can see it is sample text, and it is seems like it is a paragraph, but it is a text. If we want to insert before, after, begin. Now let's save. You can see it is added to here. You can change the position according to you. Now we are going to see replace child and remove child in DOM. Okay, now we will see how we can practically implement remove child and replace child in JavaScript. Okay, for that I have first unordered list, and after that within this we have oranges, apple, banana, blueberry. You can see the result also here. Okay, now we will see how we can use that. Now for that I just include JavaScript file in our HTML. Now here we have to code. For that we just use var new element equals to document dot create element. Now after that we provide the tag name. For example, we use li list item, and after that we provide semicolon, and here we provide var new text equals to document dot create text node. Okay, now here I use guava. After that we provide semicolon, and then we use new element dot append child, and here we use new text. Okay, now after that we provide var target equals to document dot get element by id name, and here we provide the id of the unordered list, which is list. Here we provide list. Okay, now after that we use a variable var old element. You can choose any name, I just use for my convenience. Here I use target, and after that dot children, and here I provide which children we want to replace. For example, I want to replace the orange with guava. For that I just use this, and after that we provide semicolon. Now we use here target dot replace child, and after that we provide by which we want to replace. For that we use new element, comma, and we want what element we want to replace. For that we use old element. Now after that I use semicolon. Now let's save. You can see orange is replaced by guava. Okay, if we want to change here at the first index we have apple. If we want to change apple with guava, we can use index 1. Now let's save. You can see oranges remain the same and apple is changed with guava. Okay, if we provide here 3, now blueberry is changed with guava. Okay, now let's save. You can clearly see this is how it works. After replace, we have remove child. For that, just we use here remove, and we have to comment this all because we don't need that. Okay, here we provide the element that we want to remove. We are targeting this list with the help of id list. Okay, now here we provide the children number 3, and we have to just remove all of this. We just use old element. Now let's save. You can see the last element is removed, the blueberry is removed. If here we provide index number 0, now let's save. You can see apple is here, first one, orange is removed. In our document you can clearly see we have orange, apple, banana and blueberry. This is how you can replace and remove child from a document. Okay, how we can use clone node. For that I have two lists. First unordered list is list1 and another is list2. Okay, now this is the file format of my document. Okay, this is index.html. Within this folder we have script.js, and I connect this script with the help of script tag. Now after that, here I use where target equals to document dot get element by id, and here I provide the list1 id because we are targeting this list. Okay, here we provide list1, and after that we use dot, and here we provide children. Why? Because it has children, 1 children, 2 children, 3 and 4. It has 4 children. Okay, and we provide the index, which value we have to copy or clone. Okay, now after that we use where copy element equals to target dot clone node, and after that we provide round braces, and after that we provide the semicolon. It required parameter, but boolean parameter, true or false. Now first see without parameter. Let's print this with the help of console.log. After that we provide copy element and then semicolon. Now let's save. You can see nothing is changed. Why? Because we are using console, so we have to inspect and go to the console. Okay, we go to here. You can see we have list without any value, without any text node. Why? Because it has parameter either true or false. By default, if we not provide, it is false. If we provide here true, now let's say we got the element with text node. Okay, if we provide false, you can see false. Now let's say it will give you only the list, not the text value. Why? Similarly, if we change the children number 0 to 1, you can see we copy the first element, and now we are going to append this. Now after copying, we have to append this in our this element. We have to append this in our another list. Okay, for that we use where target 1 equals to document dot get element by id, and after that we provide the id name list2, and here we use semicolon. Now we use target 1 dot append child, and here we provide the name of the child that we want to append. This is copy element. Now after that we provide semicolon, or we can directly do this in single line without any variable. I just cut this and paste here. Okay, I just remove, and we don't need this because we don't need to store this in any variable. Now let's save. You can see the change. We got apple here also. Okay, similarly you can append of any div, paragraph or h1 text or element with the help of clone node. Okay, browser object model, or you can say BOM. Okay, in BOM or browser object model, we manipulate our browser screen, you can say browser window. Here you can see this is our browser window. Okay, and here you can see we have some of the option: back, forward, refresh, minimize, maximize, and cut, or you can say close the browser. We can do all of the thing with the help of browser object model. We can resize, we can use scroll, we can access the history, which is forward and backward is with the help of history. Okay, now let's see some of the thing that we use in browser. This is called the window of the browser. You can say this is the window of the browser, and we manipulate this window with the help of browser object model. Okay, it can be the browser of Chrome, it can be the browser of Firefox, it can be the browser of Opera, it can be the browser of Internet Explorer. But you already know we are in 2022, Internet Explorer is not working, that's why we are not going to discuss about this. Okay, then it can be the browser of Edge, which is provided by the Microsoft. Okay, now after that, what thing we can do with the help of browser? We can get with height of the browser window, we can open and close browser window. We cannot use here in all of this method, we are not using the mouse with the help of mouse. Okay, we are using the BOM browser object model to do get height and set the height and width of the browser window, open the window and close the window, move and resize the browser window, scroll the browser window, get the URL, host name, protocol of the browser window. And we can also get the history. History means this back button, forward button, and we can also refresh. Okay, now after that we will see how we can practically implement BOM or browser object model. Now we are going to discuss about BOM height and width. We have 4 methods for that. First is inner height, and after that inner width, and outer height and outer width. Now first let's discuss about inner height. Inner height means, for example, when we open our console, here you see this is our console of browser. Okay, now here this is called the inner height, and this is called from here to here outer height. And similarly, if you open console at sidebar, for example, here we have console at the side. Okay, now this is called from here to here, this is called inner width, and this is called from here to at the end. Okay, and we have outer width. Okay, now we will see how we can practically implement this. Okay, now we are going to see how we can practically implement inner height and outer height, and after that inner width and outer width, and what is the difference between inner height and inner width, and outer height and outer width. Okay, now this is the document of HTML which I use. Here I don't have any HTML code, I just connect the JavaScript file with the help of script tag, and here we have script.js file. Within this we don't have any code now, and this is the file format I am using. I just use a folder. Within this folder we have 2 files. Okay, now let's see how we can practically implement inner height. For that we have to declare a variable var, and after that I height equals to, now here we are providing windows because we are targeting windows because all browser object model is comes under windows, and after that dot, and here I use inner height, and after that semicolon, and here I use console dot log, and after that I provide this is inner height, and after that concat with I height, and here I provide semicolon, and after that var o height equals to, here again we have to provide window dot outer height, and after that semicolon, and here we have to just use console dot log, and here we use this is outer height, then concat with o height, and here we have to again provide colon and o height. Okay, now after that semicolon, and now let's save and come here and go to the inspect. Now let's see what will happen. You can see we have inner height 730, and this is outer height which is 820. If I just increase a little bit inner height and just refresh, you can see now inner height is increased and outer height is still same. Okay, when I increase a little bit the console window, you can see the inner height is decreased and the outer height is remains same. But okay, now when I refresh, you can see the inner height is changed and outer height is also changed. Here you can see when I increase window of the browser, the both height is increased. When I just decrease this, when I just decrease the console, you can see it increase the inner height only, because our inner height is from here to here and our outer height is from here to at the end of the window of the browser. Okay, now after that we have to just use a on resize event. Why? Because we have to refresh again and again, that's why we use resize function. And after that we provide round braces, and here we call the on resize function because we don't need to refresh again and again. Function resize function, and here we have to paste this code, and here, and now let's save. When I resize the window, you can see it print multiple times. Okay, now I just use here console dot clear. Now let's save. Okay, here you can see our console change the height and width, and we can see automatically it reflect to our windows. Okay, when I just increase or when I just decrease, you can see the change. When I just resize, you can see the change. Okay, now after that we have to use inner width and outer width. For that I just change the variable name here, I width, and here we use inner width, and after that here we have to change I width, and here we change O width, and here also change outer width, and here again we have to change O width. Now let's save. Okay, you can see when I just resize the window, you can see the change. Now here we have 778 inner width, or we have to change the message also, width. Okay, now let's save. When I just scroll, you can see the inner width is just little bit smaller than the outer. Why? Because outer width count this white border also from here to here, and inner is count the inside. When I just click here and just move to this, and after that you can see when I just decrease, you can see the inner width also increase. When I increase the console, you can see the inner width is decreasing and our outer width is still the same. This is something like that we discuss about height. Okay, when I increase the height width from here, you can see both are increase and decrease when I just go to here. Okay, just increase the VS Code window. Okay, now this is how we can use inner width and inner height and outer width and outer height. Now we are going to discuss about open window and close window in BOM. Okay, browser object model. Okay, now first of all we provide windows, and after that dot open, and here we provide 3 parameters. These all parameters are optional. If you provide, it perform according to the parameter. If you are not providing, it will also work fine. Okay, now what is URL? You know the full form of URL is Uniform Resource Locator, and we provide any URL. For example, we provide https, then colon, then backslash, then www.youtube.com, for example, youtube.com. Okay, now after that we have name. You can provide any name, first window, last window, XYZ, ABC. Okay, now we can provide also these 4 parameters instead of name. First is blank. For example, this is our window where I provide a button, and here I provide target blank. It means it open another tab and open the URL, or it will create a new window also. And if we provide parent, it means it open the link in the current window. And self and top are the frame parameter. If you want to know self and top, please find the video link in the I button. I already discussed about these 4 parameters in detail in our HTML and CSS video series. Okay, now after that we specify the height, width, left and top. Height width means the opening window height and width, but what is left and top? When we want to open our new frame at a particular position, for example from here we have some here gap of 500, for example 500 pixel from top, and again we have 500 pixel from left, and it will open our new window open at here. This is called left and top margin, you can say. Okay, now we will see how we can practically implement this in our JavaScript. Okay, now we will see how we can open and close a window with the help of a button. I just create a button here, button, and after that we provide a on click event, open window, and I just copy the name of this window. Okay, now here I just link our JavaScript with the help of script tag, and here we come and define the function open window, and after that we use window dot open, and here we provide this, and now let's save, and we have to provide the text here between the tag open new window. Now let's save. You can see the button. Now I just refresh, and when I click here you can see a new and blank tab is open. Okay, when I here provide in URL, I provide https://www.youtube.com. now let's save, and I just cut this blank page, and when I click here you can see YouTube is open. Okay, I just cut down, and after that we provide the name. For example, I provide new window. Now let's save. When I click you can see nothing is reflected as new window. Now here if I provide underscore blank and underscore blank, now let's save. When I click it run as it is running before, because we by default it is blank. When I change this underscore parent, now let's save. When I click here you can see YouTube is opening here. Okay, now I just leave it as it is by default, and after that we provide code, and here we provide width equals to 500 pixel, then comma, then height equals to 500 pixel. Now let's save. When I click you can clearly see now it is opening in a new window. Okay, and you can see it is having 0 margin from left and 0 margin from top. Now let's provide left and right. Okay, now let's provide left and top. First of all I provide left equals to 400 pixel, and then comma, top equals to 400 pixel. Now let's save. When I click you can see it is opening from here 400 and here 400 pixel, and I decrease 400 to 300. You can see the change. Now let's save, or I just cut this out and I just open. You can see now it is 300 and 300. Okay, after open window now we are going to create close window button. For that I just copy this and paste here, and here I just change close window, and after that I just change this open with close. Now here we have to provide the functionality. For that we have to use function, and after that we paste the name, and here we provide the curly bracket, and here we have to store this in a variable so that we can close the window. We use var my window. Okay, now I just use my window equals to this, and after that here in the function we use my window dot close, and after that round bracket and then semicolon. Now let's save, and here I provide two br tag for spacing purpose. Now let's save. You can see when I click here, YouTube is open. When I click here, you can see YouTube is closed. When I just remove the top and left, okay, I just remove the top and left here. Okay, now let's save. When I click, you can see it open here. When I click here, you can see Windows is closed. Okay, we already see how we can create a new window with the help of window.open, and after that we provide the some parameter. Now we will see how we can move that window with the help of move by and move to method. Okay, for example, if we create a window B with the help of window A, and after that we want to move this by 100 pixel from top and 100 pixel from left, we can do with the help of move by method and move to method. Okay, now we will see how we can practically implement this. Okay, now we will see how we can practically implement move to method first. Okay, for that we have to create a button. I just first use br tag for spacing purpose, and after that I create a button, and here I provide move button, and after that I here provide click event on click, and here I use move function, and after that round bracket, and I just copy this name, and provide the functionality here. First you can see we store the open window function. When I click, you can see the open window of YouTube. Okay, now this is stored in a variable my window. Okay, we use that variable here, use function, and after that I paste the function name, then round bracket and then curly bracket, and I use my window dot move to, and here we have to provide two parameters, left and right. I just use 100 comma 100. Now after that I provide semicolon. Now let's save. When I click, you can see it is open. Okay, when I click here, you can see it will not move. It is not moving 100 pixels from top and 100 pixel from left. Why? Because I'll show you the error. What is the error? You can see uncount DOM exception, block a frame with origin. Okay, it means we cannot move any window of any URL that is like YouTube, Google and so on. So that we have to just remove this URL, and I just provide a blank, and after that I provide a text with the help of my window dot document dot write, and here we provide p tag. After that I just provide some text. This is new window. Okay, now after that I just save, and here when I click, you can see this is open. When I click here, you can see it move 100 from top and 100 from left. Okay, I just decrease the size of this by 300 and 300. Now let's save. Now after that you can see it work fine. When you click here, another window is created. When you click here, it moved to here. Okay, you can clearly see you can create so many new windows. Okay, I just cut, and after that we see move by method. For that you have to understand this image. First of all, we have this image. When we use move to method, it take from the distance from the top. For example, if we provide 100 and 100 it take. Okay, when we provide by default left and top, here you can see when I provide top and left 50-50 pixel, you can see when I click, and after that when I click move, it move 100 pixel only. If here I provide 100, for example, you can see there is no difference. If I provide 100 and here also 100, now let's save. When I click, you can see it take 100 and 100. When I move, you can see nothing is happened. Why? Because it is already 100 pixel. It not move 100 pixel from left and right. But when we provide here move by, now let's save. When I click, you can see it is 100 pixel here and 100 pixel here. When I click on move, you can see now it is 200 pixel from here and 200 pixel from here. Okay, this is the main difference between move to and move by method. Now we are going to see how we can resize the created window. We have two methods for that, resize by and resize to. Now let's see how we can do that with the help of practical implementation, and we will also see the difference between resize by and resize to. Okay, we can practically implement resize to and resize by method. Okay, for that we have to just first provide pr tag, and here also pr tag, and after that I use button, and here we use resize button, and after that I just use here on click event, and here we provide resize function, and after that I just copy the name of this function. You can see here you can here you can see I store my new open window. Here you can see I store my new window in a variable my window. Okay, we use that variable. Okay, I just declare a function and paste the function name, and after that I use my window dot resize, and after that we have to provide 2, and here we provide by default it is 300 and 300. I just remove left and top. Okay, now after that I just use here 400 comma 400. Now by default it is 300. Now let's save. You can see by default it is 300. When I open, you can see it is 300. When I click here, you can see it increase by 100. Okay, when I just remove and I use here by, now let's save. When I click, you can see by default it is 300 and 300, but when I click, now you can see it is 300 plus 400, which is 700. Now it is 700 from here and 700 from here. Okay, when I just decrease a little bit, I just provide 100, and here also we provide 100. Now let's save. When I open, you can see by default it is 100. Okay, okay, now you can see the button. When I click here, now it is 500 and 500, 100 and 100, and 400 and 400, which is 500. Okay, this is how you can use resize to and resize by method in JavaScript. Now we are going to see how we can scroll window with the help of form. For that we have two methods. First is scroll to method and another is scroll by method. Okay, first of all we have vertical scroll, which is nothing but when you scroll from here, it is called vertical scroll or y-axis. In our geometry, this is y-axis, this is x-axis, x-axis and y-axis. Okay, we can provide positive value and negative value, and similarly negative value and positive value. For example, if we want to scroll downward, then we provide positive value, and if we want to scroll upward with the help of button, then we provide negative value. For positive we don't need to specify positive, but if we want to give negative value, then we have to provide minus sign. Okay, similarly we have a horizontal scroll bar, which is x-axis, and here we can also provide positive value. If we want to move here, then we provide positive, and if we want to move from here to here, then we provide negative value. Okay, now we'll see how we can practically implement this. Okay, now this is the document which I used to show you the window scroll. Okay, for that first of all we have an HTML tag. Okay, here you can see, and after that we wrap our paragraph of 1000 word in a div. Okay, now here we provide a styling of paragraph with after that we specify the border. You can see green color border. After that we have 1000 word, and at the end we have a button out of this div. Okay, you can see we style the height and width, and after that we fix the position of the button with the help of position of CSS, and after that we provide left and bottom, and this is you can see. Okay, now after that we have to provide a on click function, on click event you can say, and here we provide scroll function, and after that I just copy this. Okay, and here I just use function and then paste, and after that we use this, and here we use window dot scroll by, and after that we provide, first of all let's see the vertical scroll. For that we have to provide 0 at the x-axis, and here we provide 50 pixels from the top. Okay, now let's save, and I just minimize our this document, and here you can see clearly when I click, you can see it move downward 50 pixel. When I click here, you can see at the end it come to the down. Okay, when I provide here minus, now let's save. Okay, when now I click, you can see it goes upward direction, upward direction. Okay, now at the end it is stop because we don't have to move further. Okay, now after that I just decrease a little bit because we have to see x-axis scroll bar. Okay, now here you can see this is the x-axis scroll bar. Okay, I just provide here, I just use 0. Okay, now here I provide 50 pixel. Now let's save. When I click, you can see it move 50 pixel and it goes and goes on. Okay, now after that if we provide here minus, and now let's save. When I click, you can see it move backward. Okay, now after this we have scroll to. Okay, just I provide here scroll to. Now here I first provide 0, 0, and I just come here, and from here I just come here. When I click this button, you can clearly see it come to the beginning of the horizontal and vertical scroll bar. Okay, when I provide 50 here, for example 50, now let's save. When I come to the end of this, okay, you can see it left this margin 50 pixel, because if I provide 100, it leave the 100 pixel from the starting. When I come here, okay, now when I click, you can see it has a 100 pixel margin from the beginning. Similarly, we can provide from here also 100 pixel. Now let's save. First we have to come here at the end, and we come here from the here. When I click, you can see both having 100 pixel margin. If I provide here minus, let's see what will happen. Now let's save. When I come to the end and come to the end, you can see it come to the beginning and beginning, because it take only positive value. If take minus 100, it take as 0, it come to the initial point. Okay, now we are going to see form history function. First of all, we have first property, which is called length. If we have multiple pages open in a single tab or window, then we have forward button and backward button, and the total number of pages is equals to length, and length is the total number of pages of single tab. Okay, now after that we have back to backward. For if we want to go to backward without any clicking this back button, then we have backward function. If we want go to the forward, then we have forward function. And if we want both of this in a single way, we can define either backward and either forward with the help of go function. Okay, now we will see how we can practically implement this. Okay, hello friend, now we are going to see the length property. For that we have to just go to the console. Here we have to go to the console, and here I write console dot log, and after that we use history dot length, and after that semicolon. Now let's enter. You can see we have one length because we don't have forward and backward option. I just copy this URL, and after that I just remove and use google.com. I hit enter. Now here you can see we open another page, and after that I just use example.com and hit enter. Here you can see we have 3 pages now. Now after that, if I back, you can see we have forward option here. Now if I type console, and here we use history dot length, and after that if I enter, you can see we have 3 pages. That's why the length of the history is now 3. Okay, now after that I'm going to here create a button. First we use br tag, and after that I use button, and here I provide back button, and after that I provide a click event on click, and here I provide back function, and I will just copy this function name and here define the function and here I provide history.pack. now after that let's save. Okay, we have to I just copied this name, just paste the link. Okay, now you can see the button and backward button is also enabled. When I click, you can see we back to the example.com. okay, here you can see it is completely working fine. When I click here, you can see we come back to the example.com. when I click here, you can see this is also work the same. Okay, now after that I provide another button. I just copy this and paste here, and here I just provide forward button. And here I just use forward function, and I just copy the name of the function and here define the function. Now after that I use history.forward. now let's save. Okay, we have to come here. You can see we are now at the initial page. When I click here, you can see we come back to the google.com. okay, when I click here, you can see it will also work the same. Similarly, after that we use go function. For that we have to just copy and paste here. Okay, now here I just use go function, go, and after that I just provide here go. Now let's save. Okay, here you can see we have 3 buttons. Okay, now here I just provide function. After that we provide here history dot go, and after that we have to pass the value. If we provide the positive value, then it will work as a forward button. If I provide minus value, then it will work as a backward button. Okay, we can provide 1, 2, any number. If we provide here positive 2, now let's save. When I click, you can see we jump 2 page. Here you can see we jump 2 page. When I here provide, we have to just go to this page. Okay, when I here provide minus, now let's save, and I click, you can see we jump back to the 2 page backward. Okay, we jump 2 page backward. Okay, you can see we have after 2 page we have this google.com from the end. Okay, now so this is how you can use history function in JavaScript. Hope you like this video. If you did, please subscribe my channel and share with your friend, and bye bye.